Good afternoon. It's October 10th, and we're starting our planning board meeting. The first item this afternoon is 1A, adoption of resolutions. We have 6 resolutions to vote on today. We'll do them jointly. The first is the Seasons Preliminary Plan Amendment Number 1, 1989 193A, MCPB number 24-088. The second is the Seasons Forest Conservation Plan number F 2025 0140, MCPB number 24-089. The third is Tregoning Property Preliminary Plan number 120230128, MCPB number 24090. The fourth is Tregoning Property Site Plan number 820240080, MCPB number 24-091. The fifth is Tregoning Property Final Forest Conservation Plan number F 2024-0420, MCPB number 092. And the last is Bennett Creek Animal Hospital Forest Conservation Plan Amendment number F 2024-0830, MCPB number 24095. Do I have a motion for approval?
Move to approve the resolutions.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it, 5-0. The next is the adoption of minutes for September 26, 2024. Do I have a motion for approval?
Move to approve the minutes.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it, 5-0. The next, we have, excuse me, 2 record plats for approval. Consideration for approval, the first is subdivision plat number 2, 2024-09-0490 through 2024-0520 Polaris Square. The second is subdivision plat number 2, 2024-1160 Huntington, Section 4. Both the staff is recommending approval. Do I have a motion for approval?
Move to approve the plats.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
The ayes have it, 5-0. The next is Clarksburg Chase Preliminary Plan number 120240040, Site Plan number 820240050, and Forest Conservation Plan F20240180, extension request number 4, where staff is recommending approval of the extension request. Do I have a motion for approval?
I'll move to approve the extension request.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Ayes have it, 5-0. The next is item number 4, semi-annual presentation outline. So this afternoon, we have both of our directors from Parks and Planning. From Planning is Jason Sartori, and from Parks, Mitty Figueredo. Welcome.
Thank you so much. Happy to be here to preview for the board our upcoming fall semi-annual. So the Parks Department this year will be presenting first. We usually alternate between Planning and Parks, who presents first. And we're going to start out with just sort of a broad overview and remind the council of, first of all, the cost effectiveness of funding the Parks Department and what our capital and operating budgets look like. And then we use those funds that they allocate to us to meet our goals of connecting people socially, giving them opportunities for physical activity, and stewarding the environment. We will talk to them again about our target audiences, who we are seeking to serve, and talk about some of the priorities that the community has made clear to us through input in our PROS survey are very important to them, namely providing more bathrooms, better maintenance and condition of parks, feeling of safety, and just the right mix of programs and amenities. We will then run through some of our upcoming, well, we're going to talk about, broadly speaking, our categories of events and programs and activities that are provided across the Parks Department through different parks divisions. And then we will update them on a number of parks projects. You can see them listed there. There are several of them there. We're also going to talk to them about what I would characterize right now as probably one of our main priorities in parks is the implementation of the Wheaton Regional Park Master Plan, which has already begun, but we will be seeking, of course, additional funding for that project for its full implementation. We will talk about the recent Gravity Bike Park and, of course, upcoming projects that we hope to see fully funded. We will also update them. The board heard recently a briefing on our Long Branch Parks initiative. We will be talking about that as well with the council so that they are up to date on our efforts there. And we will give them an overview of our environmental stewardship, which is and always has been one of our main priorities. We want to talk and highlight, we want to talk about and highlight for the council the effort it takes to maintain a 37,000 acre park system. So that will be one of the things that we are really trying to touch on in this semi-annual report. And now I will hand this over to Jason.
Great. Good afternoon. So then we'll turn to Montgomery planning, and I think one of the things I'd like to see us kind of transition as we do these semi-annual presentations twice a year is that in the spring one, to give a summary for the council of our development activity the previous calendar year. So we did that this past spring, and this is in the past we've included that in each of the semi-annuals. Instead, this one, I'm going to refrain from going into that. We'll reserve that for the spring semi-annual. But here, I want to try to lay the groundwork for the budget conversation we're going to be having with the council the following spring. And so that it's not something that they start to hear about things when we first, are there for budget in March and April. And so I'm going to begin by talking about our strategic plan that we've been working on. We'll be presenting that to you all in a couple of weeks and really highlight, the different elements of that, the vision that we've created, the new mission statement that we've identified, the values that we identified as the important things for us as a department, our priorities and the strategies, and then ultimately some examples of some of the actions that we hope to take. And these are actions that will feed right into our work program requests over the next few years. We'll then give an update on some of the engagement efforts we've undertaken over the last few months. They are very familiar with our attainable housing listening sessions, but we'll just give a real quick recap of how those went. Talk about some of the other things that we've done recently that engage the community in some of the data work that we've done and the master plans, and of course our Damascus placemaking event, which will at that point have already taken place. It's next weekend. We'll then give a overview of where we are on the recommendations that came out of the development review process work group. One of the big ones that people are starting to see in the neighborhood are those new signage requirements that we have that are more colorful, provide more information, and provide easier access to data about each of the projects on our website. We'll also talk about the Planning Academy, which was something that the council funded, and we are now starting the process of getting that going. And then finally, talk about work program updates. And this is where we typically provide them with our work program chart, with the colorful chart showing all the different projects we're working on, master plans. And we have a few amendments to that we are proposing. And we'll be talking to you all in the coming weeks about those in more detail. But that's, kind of a fitting way to end. However, we're adding the awards. We have, I'm just going to keep it very high level here right now. We have 4 awards that the department is going to be receiving in the next few weeks. I'm not at liberty to say what the awards are for just yet because it's not our call to advertise that just yet. But by the time we're doing the semi-annual, we'll be able to talk about them openly. 2 of them are going to be awarded tomorrow morning at the National Capital Area chapter of the American Planning Association. So we're really excited about that, and we thought it would be a good way to kind of finish the semi-annual on a really high note because these are awards for the department, but they are clearly the result of work that we've done with you all and with the council. So it's something for them to celebrate as well.
Well, thank you. You have a large, comprehensive list there, and and as the board knows, it will be fleshed out in the next few weeks. And I had to privilege of participating in 2 of them since I've been here, and they're very, very helpful for the council to let them know what you've been doing and where their taxpayer dollars are going and the great work that the planning and parks are doing. And so at the beginning of this, I will make some brief remarks on behalf of the board, of some of the work the board's been doing and been engaged in. So do we have any questions or comments from the board members?
I do.
Oh, yes, please.
Could you refresh my memory? When we do the biennial, do we talk about achievements and also during the past 6 months and also our plans for the future 6 months? Is that correct?
Yeah, I would say so, yes.
Okay. So I think that it would be really good if we could highlight some of the glorified achievements that we have made. Again, I can talk more about parks. One thing that I have seen, I just had a new park open right next to my city of Gaithersburg, right where I am, a couple of miles away from me. And it is just mouth-opening that anytime you go there, the parking lot is full. People love their parks. And I know that it's the same way that it is for the Parks Department. And it would be good if we have some data and just show them that how much people are enjoying their parks. I know that we have done many achievements, so at least we could start with some of really good things that is eye-catching that we are doing. And the same thing for the planning department. We have done a few really amazing since we have been here. It has been really fulfilling for me myself that, I feel like that we have achieved. Every day I leave, every Thursday that when I leave here, I feel that we have achieved something that day. So, you have come up with a lot of policies that we are doing. Attainable housing, the recommendation, the GIP, the recommendation, a lot of other incentive zoning, so many things. I don't have the list right off of my hand, but those are a few things that we have achieved, even though that it's not gone to the council. But we made some recommendation, good or bad. We have made the best that we could. Those are something that we have highlighted that we have done. The other thing, because this is right coming from the budget, so I like the idea that this is how effectively we spent the budget, and this is what our need is. This is all the good work that we have been doing, and if we want to continue doing that, especially that the budget is a little, I'm hearing that it's going to be a little bit tight, but it's important that, we have these projects or these operational things. I heard this morning that Chair talked about they wanted us to do some more work. Well, we need budget if you want us to do more work. So a few of the topic that is good we could highlight and said that, look, this is coming on your way when the budget comes.
Sure. When we did the budget, had the budget conversations this past spring, one of the things we did with the planning department was produce a two or three-page document that identified all the things that we'd worked on in the past year, largely in collaboration with the council. And we even highlighted the things that cost money and the things that didn't cost additional money. And we can kind of incorporate some of those things into this presentation, again, as a preview of talking about the value that we bring to the county. And they're used to seeing us on it. We were there this morning. And in fact, the day that we give this semi-annual is November 12th. Later that day, they will be adopting the updated growth and infrastructure policy. About a week later or so, they're going to start having conversations in committee about the incentive zoning updates that you recommended. And so, we are in front of them all the time, but it'll be a good opportunity for us to call their attention to all of that.
Yeah, and it is good that all of that is good. Pick 2 or 3 to highlight. These are the highlights, and then you could have other lists of the things that you don't have to talk about it, but there is a list that they could see it. but we just picked these 2 or 3 as a showcase to show it. So I see this semi-annual as a show and tell for all the good things, good work that you guys are all doing, and also for what is coming. And how we could get those done is with their support to get done. So this is the time that we could ask for those.
Thank you so much. Any other questions or comments from the board members? So we look forward to the semi-annual coming up in another month. So thank you so much. And so we will just take a 2-minute break and start with our next item, item number 6, fiscal year 26 operating budget discussion. Will the Central Administration Services of the Commission will give a presentation, as well as the Commissioner's office. Thank you so much. Good afternoon. We're on item number 6, the fiscal year 26 operating budget discussion from the Central Administrative Services and also from the Commissioner's Office. This morning, we have from the Budget Director from the CAS, we have Terry Charles. We also have Bill Spencer, who's the Acting Executive Director. We have Alana Brando, the Chief of Staff from the Commissioner's Office. And we also have Mr. Gavin Cohen, so from the Central Administrative Services. So we'll start with the, who would like to start this morning? Okay,
I'll start, and then I'll turn it over to Terry.
okay, great.
So good afternoon, Chair Harris and Vice Chair Pedawam and fellow commissioners. For the record, I'm Bill Spencer, Acting Executive Director, and with me is Terry Bako-Charles, our Corporate Budget Director, who will shortly present our budget, as well as Gavin Cohen, our Treasurer, Secretary Treasurer. Also attending virtually is Deborah Borton, our General Counsel, Renee Kinney, Inspector General, and Mazen Chalet, our Chief Information Officer. Our FY 26 proposed CAS budget was developed with the input of the Montgomery County and Prince George's County MCPPC operating departments. We met individually and jointly with all of the department heads, their deputies, and staff to ensure our budget was in alignment to support their needs, mission, and functions. It was a collaborative process in which there was a healthy exchange of ideas and opinions, which resulted in a proposed budget they can support. And with that said, I'm going to turn this over to Terry so she can present our request.
Thank you. Thank you, and again, my name is Terry Bako-Charles for the record. I'm before you again to present the FY26 proposed budget request from the 7 departments that comprise Central Administrative Services. We are looking forward to your support and approval, which is scheduled, I think, for a November 21st work session. Please note that all referenced increases, albeit dollars or percentages, in the memos that were submitted and in this presentation are based on the FY25 adopted budget, which does not reflect the distribution of the salary marker that includes the negotiated compensation increases. That transfer is actually on next week's commission's agenda, and once approved, will become the FY25 adopted adjusted budget. Also to come shortly will be the additive impact on estimated FY26 personnel costs based on the updated pension and OPEB valuations. Now moving to the actual numbers. As shown here, taken as a whole, the CAS budget is anticipated to increase by $1.6 million over FY25, bringing it to a total of $28.5 million. That is a 6% increase, and as seen here, Montgomery's share is a little over $1 million. Nearly 5% of the increase, $1.3 million, is driven by base budget changes, and then there's 1.1% that is categorized as new critical needs, and it represents a request by both Finance Department and the Office of Inspector General. With your review of the submitted memos, you have seen that the individual department increases range from a low of just 0.5% found in the Merit Board, where it was only an $826 increase, to as high as a 14% increase, which represented $191,000 for the Office of Inspector General. Please know that each department worked diligently to present a modest increase and, where possible, took reductions in non-discretionary costs in light of the anticipated tight budget year ahead. Now I will very quickly run through each department's request that was captured within the individual memos. DHRM is requesting $9.7 million, which represents a 3% base budget increase, or approximately $285,000 more. Although our personnel expenses are estimated to increase by 5.4%, or nearly 500,000, the department was able to identify ways to reduce non-discretionary costs by nearly 9.9%, which means we pulled out 135,000 in a year-over-year comparison. Those reductions reflect removal of one-time costs for the recruitment refresh, as well as other trend alignments related to professional services. And as you can see here, the Montgomery share is nearly 4.5 million. Moving to the finance department, finance is requesting 7.5 million, a 7% base budget increase of approximately 485,000. And they're also requesting a 2% new critical needs request that is represented in the form of one position, a purchase card administrator that is estimated to cost $141,000. With that, personnel expenses are estimated to increase by 7.3%, or nearly 573,000, and the department was able to reduce non-discretionary costs just a bit by nearly just shy of 1%. As you can see here, the Montgomery share will be 3.3 million. Legal is requesting 3.9 million for FY26, a 4% maintenance budget increase, or approximately an additional 156,000. Although their personnel expenses are estimated to increase by 7.3%, or nearly 384,000, the department was able to reduce their non-discretionary costs by nearly 9.6% as well, which is removal of 60,000. So these reductions are occurring in both supplies and the other service category. The Montgomery share is, as shown here, will be a little over 2 million. Moving to the Office of the Inspector General, they are requesting a budget of nearly 1.6 million, which is comprised of a 2.8% base budget increase of approximately 38,000 and an 11% new critical needs request, which again reflects the request of an additional position, a senior auditor, estimated at 153,000. With that, their personnel expenses are estimated to increase by 14.6%, or nearly 196,000. The department was able to minimize their increase in non-discretionary costs to just 0.4%, or an additional $625, and that includes them making adjustments where they're upwardly adjusting anticipated expenses to support training and the OCIO charge, but offsetting it mostly by reductions in contracts. And as you can see here, the Montgomery share is estimated at 664,000. Moving to corporate IT, for FY26, they're requesting 3.97 million, which is a 10.7% base budget increase, equating to 384,000 in additional funds. The driver of their request is the restoration of the FY25 reductions, which totaled 260,000, and the impact of contractual escalations in the annual renewals needed to support our ongoing operations. The Montgomery share, as shown here, is nearly 2.2 million. Moving to the Merit Board, the Merit Board's request totals nearly 178,000 for FY26, which is a 0.5 percentage point base budget increase. I had referenced it earlier, it totals $826. Although their personnel expenses are estimated to increase by 4.5%, or nearly $6,500, the department was able to reduce non-discretionary costs by $5,600. And again, those reductions were based on alignment with actual trends. The Montgomery share, as shown here, will be nearly 89,000. And then the last item here is support services. The support services budget is requesting a total of nearly 1.7 million, which is a 0.7% budget increase, or approximately an additional 12,000. The budget reflects being able to offset the needed increases in both supplies and contractual services with the fact that we're anticipating less unemployment payments, projecting less unemployment payments. So again, at the end of the day, it's less than a 1% increase. The Montgomery share, as shown here, is nearly $745,000. The next slide, or I should say the next couple of slides, are going to just provide greater detail on the two critical needs requests. Specifically, this first slide just speaks to what will be gained from this funding investment by approving two new positions. There will be an enhanced P-card program that meets full compliance requirements, and there will be stronger investigatory services that will better be able to provide the departments with enhanced public accountability training. Here are the numbers, the actual cost details for the two requested positions, which, as you can see here, total to nearly $295,000. This next slide speaks to a summary of the new corporate purchase card administrator. With this new role, again, we will see improved oversight of the current program. The administrator will be able to provide training for our program participants, and also will be charged with responding to and rectifying the audit findings. And the last bullet here speaks to the fact that this position funding support will be enabled with the rebate revenue.
Could I jump in with a quick question on the purchase card administration? Who's currently handling the duties that would be added? Who's currently auditing the system?
Chair, as Commissioner Hedrick, it's currently handled by somebody in corporate procurement.
So maybe the question more is, why, is there,
So
the need for this, why is there the need for this person? Could you explain, is there something getting, it helps, you will eventually be.
The memo indicates that there's been audit findings for, and card control and purchase response, like those are duties you already have, like you should already have, and someone should already be maintaining, like this. What enhancements are we getting out of an extra position? Who's doing it currently? Why? What were the audit findings, and sort of how are we getting an enhancement out of a full new position?
sure.
Could you just, when you add that, because I know that the departments have also P-card administrator also. So when you respond, if you could separate the people that are in the departments they do and how different that position would be. And are we even, the next question that I have for this position, you say that this is not going to be asked for general fund, correct? This is going to be all rebate.
That's correct.
So no request of general fund at this point. It's not based on reimbursement. So you already have some money available based on the revenue? Okay, you can answer it while you say.
So let me, if it's okay, Charis, I'll deal with the revenue piece and how we propose paying for it outside of tax dollars. So if you look at your memo, and you can see the 141,494 that you see on the screen, that's the gross cost for the position. When we come back to you for adoption, essentially that amount will be offset by non-tax revenue. So that won't come through as an increase to the administrative fund. It will come through as a net zero add. So if one reviews the memo in your packet, the ask is essentially for the position, because we need authority for the position, but the cost will be offset through the rebate revenue. So if one looks at the program as a whole, commission-wide, we generate over $300,000 in rebate revenue, and 141,000 of that will now support the program. So essentially what we're looking at is revenue being generated by the program supporting the administration of the program, which is not currently happening. So then to Commissioner Hedrick's question, right now we use a corporate buyer that isn't full-time managing the program. And that lack of full-time administration came through in the audit. And what the audit reflected was both at the department levels and at the corporate level that the oversight needed to be improved. So what this position will do is be assigned to the program 100% and be able to manage the program. So the program, for context, is $16 million worth of spending a year. There are approximately 340 cardholders, and the revenue approximately $300,000. So if one takes a kind of step back and looks at that program overall, does one feel that that size of a program requires full-time administration? And from my perspective, predominantly based on what the audit reflect, there's absolutely no question about it. One of the concerns that I have is and what the audit showed is lack of compliance. So when the Inspector General's auditing the program every so often, right, every couple of years, whatever that is, and with this latest audit, just by way of example, they audited just about 26 or 11% of the cardholders. And that's just not, it's not enough, it's not sufficient. In addition, the training that's required for cardholders, approving officials that reside in the departments needs to be enhanced as well. And currently, we're pretty much doing the minimum that we can with essentially assigning some of these functions to one of our corporate buyers. The other advantage of the funding piece becomes that a current corporate buyer that's spending part of their time on this program now can devote all their time to buying full-time on behalf of the Commission.
That answer your question? And also, what I had heard that also that you had gotten buy-in from the departments on the need for this. Is that true? I mean, that's what I heard, that you spoke with the department heads, and they also felt that this would possibly take some pressure off the, because Ms. Figueredo, you.
Yes, so Chair Harris, I'll take a stab at that. So part of the process this year, as Mr. Spencer said, was meeting with all the department heads prior to submitting our requests. So for this corporate program, we met with the Director of Parks in both counties, the Director of Planning in both counties, and all four of them support the need.
Okay, thank you.
Can I just ask a question? I understand the need. I'm not questioning the need, but I think that what happens that hopefully some of the workload would be taken away from the department, I assume, or no? Is it going to some work be transferred, or is it just the job of this person? Is that just to coordinate all of the people that they use the P card?
Commissioner Peruma, I think it's the latter. I think all the interaction that should be occurring between corporate and the departments, that's not occurring, that's leading to compliance issues, some of that will be resolved. So a higher level of interaction between the corporate P-card administrator plus all the approving officials. An approving official is a person in the program that supervises cardholders within the departments. So their interaction between the corporate administrator plus all the P-card holders plus the approving officials in all the departments will hopefully lead to a higher level of compliance.
Okay, I understand that. Now, that's another question. I am really surprised by the high number of salaries. I have been asking the same thing from the chair's office, from Miss Elana Branda, that she's sitting here. I understand that this is like about $142,000 salary for someone that, I'm assuming someone that I'm sure college degree or whatever, but I understand that we add the benefit. I remember that when I was at the Parks Department, see, this is going to be an average salary of like a chief that was there. And I just don't see this level. You need someone as a chief position. And, I know that this is not the actual salary. It has, I used to do 30% for benefits. So if someone was getting $100,000 salary, we say, okay, we use, but what is the range of salaries now? I haven't been there for the last 4 or 5 years, but the salaries of the administrative staff, that they may just assistant administrative staff with the benefit is getting close to $150,000. So how can we even afford our employees? And these are average salaries that it's not really at the very high level. I'm assuming that somewhere maybe even. So I really don't know. I think it would be at one point, it would be good to look at the affordability and look at it that what is the range of the salaries that we are paying, how we are affording, what is our future, because at one point I think this is going to break everybody's back, especially the taxpayers in Montgomery County. These are really high salaries for looking at, their main job is that to audit a P card. And I know I'm not lowering the work they have to do. I'm just saying that it should be a lot of people that would be able to do that. So it's not really an expertise job of one specific person to do that. It's something that probably is out there, plenty. And this is the salary that we have to pay. It's hard.
Yeah, so go on a second. You can say what category this is, but we have a lot of other things to go over here. So it's good to hear you, okay.
No, I was just going to say that we look at the market, the region, particularly Prince George's and Montgomery counties. And when we compare our salaries to Prince George's and Montgomery counties, we fall somewhere in the middle. And with Montgomery County paying a lot more than the commission, and we are being competitive with them. And when we looked across to our other partners in the region, you cross the river and go into Virginia, and look at Arlington counties and Fairfax, they're really high in comparison to what you find in Maryland. And so we are somewhere between the two folks or jurisdictions that fund us, between Montgomery and Prince George's. And we just really can't compete with DC government. We can't compete with the federal government. We can't compete.
Yeah, I'm not questioning that. I'm questioning at the level that we are hiring people. I'm not questioning the high salaries, exist. But we have a lot of different levels. And I remember that, we don't have to hire everyone at the end of the things or mid-level. There are a lot of entry levels that we could hire and gradually put them, gradually they get the cost increase. In no way my question has to do the salary we pay. I'm talking about the level that we are hiring people. Maybe, I don't know, but to me, we are getting someone that to look at the P card, and we are paying 100, and cost of the, commission is $142,000.
Right. Can I just make one suggestion? So there's two different things here. Is that the right salary for the right person you want to get to do this? But there's two things, and do we need a person to do this? So here's my take on this. One is 141,000 out of, our auditor said we need someone, and this, and 141, whether it's 141 or 120, whatever, and you should look into, is this the right, whatever, when you hire the job description or whatever for this person, and could it be at a lesser price? But this is less than 1% of the cost of $16 million.
Yeah.
And so I would just, some of it look like this is a fee to make sure you're monitoring. This is a large amount, $16 million. So I'm okay with an auditor, but another question is, when you go, before you look again at the right person, category and whatever, for moving forward with this.
And would it, I'd like to share a copy of the OIG report with the board as well, with the board. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions?
Sorry, just one question on this too. The position makes sense. I think you've described the rationale pretty well. You said currently there's about $300,000 in revenue from the purchase card program. This will be taking up 140 to 1.2 of that. Could you just for kind of full transparency, what is the revenue currently used for? And considering this is taking half of that, are there plans to kind of supplement what the current uses were in some other way to compensate for this position taking half of the existing revenue?
Commissioner Linden, Chair Harris, so departments across the commission have utilized it a little bit differently. Montgomery Parks, as an example, utilized it directly, I believe, against their management services. So the impact to them for this year is essentially having to find that money. So when they look at the program, it doesn't appear to be cost neutral to them, because they were using it, like you suggested, for something, and now they need to go find that equivalent amount. Other departments in the commission have not utilized it that way, and essentially it flows through as general revenue that can be appropriated at some point. But if one looks at the commission overall, and if we started off without distributing it, let's just say we're starting from day one, there's $300,000 coming into the commission overall. What we did and what we've done and what we'll continue to do is distribute that revenue to the departments based on the volume of purchases. So there is that loss if you look at on an individual department basis, but overall, again, the position comes across as net zero, because what isn't covering the cost of the position will then be distributed as we've done in the past.
Yes.
So what is the cost to the department? We still haven't heard it. They can explain it. If it costs, what are they losing?
Commissioner Bedouin, essentially they're losing their allocation of that $300,000 that previously went, well, for Montgomery Parks, went directly against their spending budget.
Maybe she can respond. What are they losing?
Good afternoon, Nancy Steen, Budget Manager for Montgomery Parks. When we started talking about this, our department has been budgeting the credit. It is a significant credit for us. It was one of those things I recognized a few years ago that we're getting this credit. We were showing it as a reduction in expense. And so obviously with tough budget times, we started budgeting that because I said it's kind of hard for me to explain getting a $75,000 or $100,000 credit and not putting it in the budget. So I have been gradually budgeting it. So currently for FY25, we have a negative $83,000 as a credit that's embedded within our expenses. So essentially, to say it a different way, that credit's going to go away, which means that my expenses will go up by the $83,000. We've been averaging, it's been creeping up the last few years, been averaging around $100,000. We do obviously a substantial amount of buying on P-card because there's a lot of convenience to it. So there will be an impact to the budget. I will say just anecdotally, we are very supportive of this position. We've had a lot of discussion, just to maybe kind of elaborate a little bit on what he said. One of the benefits of adding the position right now is timeliness. The purchasing staff is a very busy staff, and we're very supportive of the staff. It's a good team. So what ends up happening, though, is they're trying to get procurements out the door and, get POs issued and things like that. So the P-card stuff often becomes kind of like that side job that when I get a spare minute, I do it. And so in this case, what will happen by having someone dedicated to it, we'll get our P-cards faster. A lot of times when we put in a request for a P-card, it takes a couple of weeks for the card to arrive because it has to be ordered. I think it'll be more timely for us to get the card. The training will be more timely and more frequent because a lot of times, same thing too. I get my P-card, but now I've got to schedule time and someone's got to carve time out to do the training. So I think a lot of what we'll see is the timeliness. And we do have a problem in the departments. We have some people that are very good at approving their things in a timely manner and approving them accurately, but we have a lot of problems where they aren't. So I'm hoping by having that someone who's paying attention to the program that will have, training will be a big component, that really training people on the purposes of it. We have a lot of miscoding of transactions where they don't use the right account codes, which means that it impacts the accuracy of our budget. So we are supportive of it. So, and like I said, just finalizing the answer to that question, our budget will have an $83,000 impact to it. It might be, in this case too, it's also a change where we have been recognizing it as a credit to the budget for the expenditure. And then one of the things that, as finance started looking at it, they determined that it really should have been recognized as a revenue rather than a credit to the expenditure. So they think from a financial standpoint that we need to make a correction to that to be in compliance with different guidelines for accounting. So in the future, it'll be recognized as revenue. So we will be taking a hit. Ironically, we were the only department that was budgeting it. So this is kind of one of those, I'm saying by doing the right thing, I kind of get
So
punished.
maybe we could use the remaining 150 at least for now, that to cover the budget and be
So-
transparent that how we're going to do that. I support the position, just to
Yeah.
tell
So
you,
someone,
support the position.
we've got a
It
lot
wouldn't
to-
be 150
we-
though.
Yeah, we've got a lot to go over,
Yeah.
but those are good, you guys could have those discussions about, who's using money, but there's got to be some benefit, some by, savings in the time and stuff. There's a benefit that you can't quantify, so, yes, but the board feels, I think there's agreement that that position, you can figure out, what is the right person you to hire? Can that person be versatile if they have more time left, can they do something else? But we think overall it's a good for the commission.
I just suggest that when we bring the budget, we support the budget, but we be transparent that how we're going to take care of the shortage of budget Just what is the plan, that we know the consequences of our actions. That's it. And then we can come up with that. Sorry, Miti, go ahead.
Oh, no, of course, thank you. I just thought it'd be useful to hear from the Parks Department that we do support this position. It's not that there's no impact on us, but we think it's needed and we support it.
Thank you so much. Ms. Charles, are you finished your presentation? You have some more to go? It's because there are probably some more questions, but we want to make sure we have time for the other folks to speak, so.
Okay, the next position here is a new senior auditor position that is being requested by the Office of Inspector General, and this will allow them to be able to expand the number of independent evaluations that they provide on behalf of the commission, and it will also enhance their ability to provide advisory services by, again, expanding their outreach and training efforts.
Just a word on that, and that is, the expansion is basically being requested by the departments. They want more audits. You know, they see a need, a benefit from that, from gaining from the recommendations and from looking at areas that may not have, they've hadn't been able to get to. And so the frequency, but as well as the departments themselves wanting more audits, so, as well as the trainings.
Yeah, thank you. Yep, we're growing, and with the growing, you have more personnel, you need more audits, hopefully, but it doesn't, departments still need to do their best to make sure that, you know, they're doing the right thing, you know, but with an auditor, with the training, I know the training is important, so. And also the salaries sometimes are a little bit deceiving because it shows this is a full burdened salary, so, sometimes we need to take that into consideration as we do these things. Maybe sometimes it should show what they're getting and then what benefits or something. Maybe it'll make us look at it a different way. So is there anything else you'd like to go through?
Not for this slide.
Okay.
And then this last slide, I want to start off by saying my apologies because the data presented here was not completely updated. What I will say is you will see this again when the internal service funds budgets are presented. But the intention here was just to provide you a quick snapshot of some of the key IT costs. And Mazen, I know, is available to speak to any concerns. The first row, which represents CIO and licensing costs, is correct as presented here. The costs are increasing to $6.1 million. Unfortunately, the next line, which represents the CWIC cost, is overstated by $55,000. The true number should be $1,192,987. And as anybody looking at this can tell, this is why I'm saying the slide wasn't actually completely updated. The totals are not accurate here. It does not. So FY26 total would be somewhere close to $7.3 million. So again, you will see this as part of the ISF, the Internal Service Funds budget requests. And that brings us to where we thank you for your consideration. And again, the CAS budget includes base cost increases plus what was just discussed, 2 critical needs.
Okay, board members, do you have any questions or comments?
I know that we are short in time, so I just need, you could just send it to us later. I like to see the breakdown in DHRM for the personal services, the increase of 492, 623, and for finance. These are the existing, okay? It's just good for us to know that what action we make in the previous budget and how it adds up to $500,000. The same thing for finance. If you could just share us the breakdown and over the mail for $485,060, that how those came up to be. That's it. You could just send it through mail. Thank you.
Okay, we'll provide that supplemental information.
Yeah, I appreciate your presentation, very organized. One question I had on on the corporate information technology, maybe this is for Mazen, it seems like the cost has gone up significantly for this commission-wide license and subscriptions that's the 16.9% increase of 885,000 over fiscal year '25. Is there a reason why all these, it says, and the additional 700 co-pilot licenses, is something changed to, or is there's this, do you have to renew these licenses every year? What is creating this big increase in licenses? Is
So
Mazen?
we, yeah, Mazen Chile, the CIO for the commission. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
All right, so let me start by saying, yeah, this year we're about to renew our agreement with Microsoft. We purchased Microsoft licenses. We subscribed to them through through the state of Maryland, a pre-negotiated agreement. So we have a purchase vehicle that will renew our contract with Microsoft every 3 years. And every 3 years, we lock the price once we negotiate and sign the agreement. So we're about to renew again at the end of this month. There is an uptick in cost across the board, well, not just across the board, but for a lot of our subscriptions. And also there's an increase of utilization of things like cloud services called Azure. And that's a good thing in that we have a more secure environment, more redundant, and much safer environment to have our services in, whether it's servers or data in the cloud with Microsoft. So utilizing that increases our cost of utilization, but it's based on our usage. And we're adding a large number of licenses for Copilot this year. It's first time ever. So that's part of the increase in cost as well. We also have other subscriptions from other services that does drive our cost. Just the natural, uptick in cost and maintenance and subscription costs, small percentages, 5 to 10% across the board for about 12 or so subscriptions that we have that are system-wide. That all adds up to the cost, but I think mostly comes from the Microsoft agreement this year. Our prices will be locked for the next 3 years, so we will not see any increases on the Microsoft side for the next 3 years unless we choose to add additional licenses for whatever services we deem needed for the operation.
Okay, one last, what is a co-pilot like? I know that, oh, AI.
It's an IA tool that is integrated. It's integrated as part of our subscription. So it's one of those tools that help us, manage our you'll see it pop up in your Teams. You see it pop up in your Word documents and Excel if you have that subscription. So it's tightly integrated. So we have the AI, the artificial intelligence, access to some tools within Copilot, but it's kind of protected and it's in a safe environment within the Microsoft subscription. It's an excellent way for us to utilize AI features without the associated risk because it's part of the Microsoft tenant.
Mazen, can I ask a question about Copilot? Have you received requests from departments, staff, specifically, specific interest in using Copilot or, related AI tools? Because Copilot is being rolled out to a lot of organizations now, and AI, of course, is a way of, in theory, improving some efficiency in maybe some cases. In my experience, it takes a lot of, there's a lot of confusion among many types of positions about how exactly they can use this, and uptake has been quite slow in terms of inserting it into workflows. And I think it's also highly variable depending on exactly what your workflow looks like and many, many other factors depending on your position. So considering this is an additional cost, I don't know exactly how much of the 885,000 these Copilot licenses are going to take up, but number one, my first question, have you received specific requests for this? Could this be an opportunity to maybe think about a very small pilot, a very small subset of licenses before we as a commission commit to commission-wide licenses for Copilot when we don't really know, exactly how many positions are going to use this technology?
So, okay, so that's a very good question. It had a lot of complexity in the response. Let me see if I can without having to get too deep into the topic. First of all, this morning I received an updated number from the Montgomery side on how many licenses. So we're going down from 400 to 300 subscriptions. So that's a subset of the overall number of licenses used by the Montgomery side of the commission. So not everyone will get Copilot. So it's more targeted towards who are in the productivity type environment, who use the Microsoft tools heavily. So we have actually this week we have a rollout or a kickoff meeting with one of our consultants on rolling out Copilot to get people to begin to learn how to take advantage and be more, very efficient in using the AI tool, namely Copilot within the environment. So there's a lot to be learned there, and we're taking the first steps by having some structure around rolling it out and getting the most out of it for our users who will have that license. On the other tools, we get requests all the time. We have approved, we meaning myself and the IT divisions within the departments, we review requests and approve them based on business need and a security assessment of its, how we're going to use it and how we're going to deploy it. It's slowly taken, it's taken off. We're getting, a lot of requests. Not every request gets approved. And again, it has to be based on the merit and the value that it brings to the commission and the associated risk. Every request has its own, set of benefits and risks, and we evaluate them individually based on what they're going to be used for and by who.
Thanks, yeah, that's
We're
helpful.
working on the AI policy as well, Commissioner. Sorry.
Yeah, that's great. I think an AI policy for the commission makes a lot of sense. I guess my concern is still, I haven't heard what the need is yet. I haven't heard if, could you just clarify if you've actually received requests, specific needs that people think that Copilot or other AI tools right now, given current workflows, that it can address? Because again, my concern is not that this could potentially at some point in the future be useful. It sounds like, based on what you've said, we're at the beginning stages of understanding how this could be used, just like many organizations in many different fields. So I'm just wondering if this is an opportunity, instead of, it sounds like it's come down from 400 to 300 licenses from Montgomery County. I personally think coming down is great, that's fine. But before we even push out 300, is this an opportunity to do the learning you're suggesting kind of now? Maybe that's part of this budget request. Maybe kind of a few pilot cases here and there in different departments before we commit to 300 licenses.
Yeah, I think we've done, I can't remember the exact number, but I want to say about 100 licenses were already purchased in the current year for the Montgomery side. And that was the soft launch, if you want to call it that, for people to learn how to begin to use it. But again, the level of its integration and the value it can bring kind of requires more in-depth learning and understanding. If the Montgomery side feels that number needs to be lower, I would have this conversation with the division chief, the IT division chief on this and his team, and we can work that number. We still have not committed to that number with Microsoft yet, so we can change that number based on the overall value it will bring to the business. If we feel that number is too high, too fast, we can adjust accordingly. So I'll take that back to the IT team and to the leadership in the department to see if we're gonna, lower that number.
Okay, thanks, Mazen. I appreciate
If that helps, sure. Okay.
Yeah, thank you so much,
sure.
and that's a great question. Yeah. So if there are other comments or questions, so what do you need from the board is just a thumb. In general, the budget, you address the questions that we've asked. I see how you've really tried to reduce costs this year, limiting a number of new personnel and stuff. That's given this is going to be a tough budget year, this is the right way to go. So I really appreciate that. And so if nothing else, address the questions. If you can send us your deck, and we really appreciate your presentation, okay?
Thank you so much.
Yeah, and then we'll go now to Ms. Branda with the commission's budget. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much. For the record, Alana Branda, Chief of Staff with the Planning Board. You should have our memo. So we are requesting an additional $141,000 for our FY26 budget. This is about 11.2% above our approved FY25 budget. As you can see, the known operating commitments for us are really small. They're, in the memo, you have it projected at $13,000, which is only about 1% over our existing budget. I am getting preliminary estimates that our retirement number is going to go up, and so that, please note that when we come back in November, this number may be a little bit higher, but since we're a small group, we don't expect it to be that much higher. Those major known commitments are the salaries, as just mentioned, including benefits, or sorry, not including some of that stuff. Our CPI increases for supplies and services, we kept that really tiny, and chargebacks from the legal department. We have 2 technical writers that support the planning board here that the Office of General Counsel charges us back for. We are requesting 2 new initiatives for FY26. The first one is we currently have a additional position that's in the commissioner's office, but is unfunded and currently frozen. It's a part-time position. We are requesting to unfreeze that position and convert it to full-time in the same grade that it is existent. It's listed. It's an administrative assistant 3. To answer the questions that came up in the earlier presentation, we did allocate this position at the midpoint of the salary classification with an additional 5%. Of course, you know, if the position is approved, once we receive resumes, the person will get slotted in where appropriate for them, but we wanted to better, in our mind, to over budget a little bit from what usually starting salaries are to come in and have the money there, and hopefully we'll be able to find some savings next year. And for the benefits, we do estimate that the person is coming in at the higher end of benefit requests, just again to make sure that we have the funds there. But we don't necessarily anticipate that the actual cost when the person is brought on would be the full $97,000, but that would be our expected ceiling of where the person would come in at. We're requesting this person. We've really seen an increase in constituent inquiries coming in to us, documentation, transmittals that we are preparing for the chair's office, MPIA request, research request, inquiries from our other executive and legislative branches. And so really looking for this person to complement our office and help support those additional activities. The second new initiative that we're requesting is a graduate assistant. The commission already has a really fantastic partnership with the University of Maryland to bring in graduate assistants while they are in grad school. They work for us for 20 hours a week throughout their fall and spring semester and really bring their expertise to us. With the budget request last year, we were able to bring in a seasonal intern. So we had an undergraduate student with us this past summer. They're going to be coming back to us in the winter, and it was really a fantastic compliment to the office, and they were able to really take care of items that tend to get pushed to the side a little bit when you don't have that extra person there. Helped us with a lot of our policies and procedures for the commissioner's office, our continuity of operations plans. And so we're looking to this graduate assistant just to continue to bring that expertise in and really help with some research projects. We've also, next week, we have our 3rd session of our speaker series, which we've had so many compliments about and questions already coming in. When are you starting again? When's the next round? And so, you know, a graduate assistant can also help with really doing some of these special projects and initiatives. So those are our 2 new requests. Because we are a very small group, when you look at those 2 new requests, it is a 10%, a little over 10% increase in our approved budget and would bring our total requested increase to, as I mentioned, a little over 11% off of our FY25 budget.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any questions or comments from the commissioners? Okay.
Just again, just to be fair with everyone, I still think that the salary that we have here for administrative aid of 100,000 is too excessive. I don't know, maybe we should look at hiring from the entry level to create some saving that we have there. And these salaries for hiring is getting sort of, in my opinion, out of hand. And also, I'm a little bit disappointed not to see the commissioners increase salary. The commissioners have been paying, very little for the last 10 years or so, no change. And it's a change of money, maybe just cost of travel or anything, but I was hoping, we had requested that, and I was hoping that we could see some change for the commissioners, that at least they get the cost of living increase, and that hasn't happened, so I'm sort of disappointed to see that.
So just for the administrative assistant 3 position, so the salary range for the position, for that grade across the commission, is from a low of 47,000 to a high of 84,000 for just the salary, not including any of the benefits the individual may elect. So we are budgeting that the person's going to come in at midpoint, because that generally is around where people come in, but that doesn't mean that that's what we're going to offer. So I think to your point in terms of, if we put out an advertisement that shows the minimum qualifications and we're bringing in someone, we may bring them in at the lower end and at 50,000, 52,000. But I'd rather budget the money and have it than, we budgeted for only 50,000 and benefits, and then we can't, or for equity across the commission, all of our applicants would be at a higher end. So it is definitely something that if the position, if we do receive the funding and we're able to unfreeze the position, that we will be very thoughtful about in terms of, where we do bring someone in. And again, also with the benefits, we are making an assumption that they're gonna, it's not just an individual, it's maybe a family unit coming in, and the increased cost to the commission, just to make sure we have that money available as needed. And then for the commissioner salary, that is actually set by the council. So we can have a conversation about that at another time, but it is, the council does set that through legislation. Of course, if when that legislation changes, we will of course request the funding and make sure we have that in here.
Yeah, I understand it's by the county council. That's why I'm saying that hopefully someone is watching.
Sounds good.
Any of the board members have any other questions or comments? So thank you for your presentation. Yep, and as you state, when you have a small budget and bring in another person, it makes it look like it's a huge increase. But so if no other questions or comments, thank you. And we'll just take a 4-minute break, and then we'll start with our next item number 7, Bradley Hills, 5315 Goldsboro Road, Administrative Subdivision Plan number 620240130, and Final Forest Conservation Plan number F20240640, where staff is recommending approval with conditions. Thank you. Good afternoon. We're on item number 7, Bradley Hills, 5315 Goldsboro Road, Administrative Subdivision Plan number 6/2024-0130, and Final Forest Conservation Plan number F/2024-0640, where staff is recommending approval with conditions. This afternoon, we have Marco Fuster with the Planning Department presenting. Welcome, Marco.
Thank you. Good afternoon. For the record, this is Marco Fuster with Down County Planning staff presenting Bradley Hills, 5315 Goldsboro Road, Administrative Subdivision Plan 6/2024-0130, and Final Forest Conservation Plan F/2024-0640. Staff recommends approval of the Administrative Subdivision Plan number 6/2024-0130 and Final Forest Conservation Plan number F/2024-0640 with conditions as enumerated in the staff report. The site is located inside the Beltway at 5315 Goldsboro Road, near the intersection with Bradley Boulevard. This image shows the site situated between downtown Bethesda and the Kenwood Country Club. Route 355 in downtown Bethesda is in the upper right corner of the slide, while Bradley Boulevard is just above the site, and River Road is toward the south. As shown in this view, the property is fronting Goldsboro Road and is just south of its intersection with Bradley Boulevard. The site itself is 1.05 acres and is within the R90 zone, which generally surrounds the property and its vicinity.
Okay, thanks.
The project is in the boundary of the 1990 Bethesda Chevy Chase Master Plan. The site contains an existing single-family house and a horseshoe driveway. The property contains several significant and specimen trees, but does not include a forest area. Generally, there's no environmentally sensitive features associated with the project, such as highly erodible soils or stream buffers. The applicant proposes to demolish the existing home and subdivide the lot into 2 lots with a new detached single-family home on each lot. Each lot will have driveway access onto Goldsboro Road in locations generally aligning with the 2 existing curb cuts. No roadway dedications are required, as adequate dedication has already occurred. The applicant will construct a side path and provide a street buffer along the frontage. Expanded BRLs will help enhance the buffering between neighboring lots. The afforestation requirements are met off-site by payment of fee in lieu or through off-site banking. The Forest Conservation Plan will protect neighboring trees and maintain a number of on-site trees while providing 22 mitigation tree replacements and supplemental screen plantings. Condition of approval item 22C requires additional screen plantings along on-site plantings adjacent to lot 11 here and here. Staff received detailed letters of correspondence with concerns that are generally consolidated under 5 topics. Property description errors to be reconciled, general concerns regarding forest conservation and mitigation, concerns regarding limits of disturbance, water, drainage, erosion, and existing retaining walls, traffic-related safety concerns, and impact on neighborhood character, privacy, and facilities. The first item regarding minor discrepancies in the property line description is addressed on page 13 of the staff report and more fully detailed in attachment F, which is a copy of the original community correspondence and the staff response. The property was originally platted in 1913 with subsequent plats in 1942 and lastly in 1984. In general, minor discrepancies in survey can occur due to a number of factors relating to increased accuracy of survey methodology throughout the last century. The surveyor is present to discuss further if needed. Forest conservation concerns were largely based on the original submission. However, the Forest Conservation Associated Tree Save Plan have been substantially updated and modified since the initial submission. The applicant has also obtained the services of an ISA certified arborist to prepare the associated tree save plan. It's believed that the forest conservation concerns have generally been resolved. The third set of concerns regarding drainage, stormwater, and retaining walls is under the purview of the Department of Permitting Services. The timber wall noted in the community letters, which is at the upslope and southwest side of the site, is more than 15 feet away from the LOD at its closest point and will not be adversely impacted by the work. The consultant from CPJ, who's the engineer of record, is present to discuss further if needed. Whereas the existing masonry wall referenced in a number of the letters is on site in this general location. That particular wall is specifically addressed in the July 12, 2024 DPS Stormwater Concept Approval Letter, which is attachment B in the staff report. And the DPS staff is present today to discuss the stormwater management concept letter and any related items as needed. The community expressed traffic-related safety concerns, mainly requesting that the side path be extended northward where it would connect to the existing sidewalk along Bradley Boulevard. The concern is addressed on page 14 of the staff report. Staff thoroughly considered this comment in coordination with DOT and SHA staff. Ultimately, the recommendation per condition 14 is to limit the frontage improvements to the general area fronting the site, as there are numerous constraints for extending to the Bradley intersection. And installing a substandard connection would ultimately hinder rather than help the long-term side path connection, as the substandard sections would otherwise have to be demolished before the side path can be properly implemented. The letters also express concerns regarding impact on neighborhood character and privacy. As described on page 15 of the staff reports, the plan have been significantly modified to, among other things, provide enhanced tree preservation, more restrictive BRLs, and supplemental screen plantings, which in combination will serve to maintain the neighborhood character and address privacy screening by limiting house footprints and allowing space to retain existing vegetation while also accommodating space for supplemental screen plantings. Furthermore, there are related conditions of approval regarding screening, and staff and others will be available to discuss any of these items further as needed. The applicant has complied with all submittal and noticing requirements. Staff received written correspondence as discussed in the previous slide. The proposed application meets all the applicable requirements. The stormwater management concept letter was received, has been attached to the staff report. The project meets the requirements of Forest Conservation Law, Chapter 22A, and staff recommends approval with conditions as enumerated in the staff report. This concludes the staff presentation, unless there's any questions at this time.
No, we won't take questions now. I'd like, we have several community members that would like to provide testimony. So there's one that's online and four in person. So we'll start with the online person, but the four community members that are here like to speak, can you just come up to the front desk, please? I have Sean Paraset, and then John Felhoun, Rakesh Shimarivasan. Excuse me if I'm not saying you pronounce your names properly. And then last we have Larry Mahan. So the last, Mr. Mahan, you represent the Goldsboro Residents Group, so you'll have 6 minutes to speak, and the remaining constituents have 3 minutes each. So we'll start with Ms. Suzanne Canton online. Are you there, Ms. Canton?
Yes, I am.
Yeah,
Thank
welcome,
you.
and we look forward to your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Susie Canton. My husband Steve and I and our children live going up the hill one. We are 5321 Goldsboro, and have been there for 28 years now. And I'm concerned mostly with the line of disturbance and erosion mitigation matters. Our properties abut, and the retaining wall that has been there for, I think it's about 50 years now, is showing great signs of decay and mold and degradation. So I feel like that we can't, as the recommendation was to just fix as needed, I am pretty certain we're going to need a new retaining wall and a tiered one at that. We have the steepest incline between the two properties at 14 feet, which is a great incline. And I think the line of disturbance moving in this latest draft, even closer to our property line of just 2 feet now, the pressure on that retaining wall is going to be pretty unbearable, I would imagine. I would really like to have an engineer look at that and see if we do indeed need tiered retaining wall between that, the brick wall. And the second most important issue from my perspective is the erosion, given that our property, we have all of our pool equipment right near that line that's been there for 28 years. And without a new retaining wall system in place, as you can see from your first, if you can go back to where our lines properties meet, you will see that there was a pool layout, and at the very edge of our property lines is where all of the mechanics, the heat pumps, the electrical outlets are about a foot away, maybe 2 feet away from that fence, and then the cliffs, the steep cliff or incline starts. So it's erosion. The trees being taken down certainly don't help. Those roots, they're 80-year-old trees that are helping keep that whole hill in place, and they're proposed to be taken down now. And it's great that, of course, they wanted to plant some nice new ones, but that's going to do nothing to hold in all of the hill that those roots are undoubtedly giving strength to right now. So I just don't think that what's proposed is going to be enough to stop the erosion and line of disturbance. It's going to create a hazard, this new line of disturbance going closer to the property line. So those are my major concerns. If you have any questions or further discussion you'd like to have on it, I'd love to take any.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation. Just, do you have the higher property, the low? I'm trying to understand.
I'm the higher.
You're the higher property,
Yes.
and that's
Yes, I'm lot 29. Yeah.
And that's your wall or their wall?
So that is their wall.
That is their wall. Okay, great. And so you're concerning that you're the higher property. You're concerned that the wall that's their wall retaining your dirt, right, is going to move. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, and the disturbance in the soil, not just from the trees, but from the line of disturbance from building, is going to impinge on the integrity of that whole retaining wall system. There's some old railroad tires and brick wall that is clearly showing signs of mold and buckling as it is right now.
Okay.
I look right over it and I see it, every day over
Great,
our
great.
fence.
Yeah, great.
yeah.
Thank you for your, we're going to listen to all of them, and then we will have some discussion afterwards. Okay, thank you
Thank
so
you.
much. All right, thank you so much. The next we have here, Mr. Sean Parast.
Hi, how are you?
Yes, please. State your name and then, yeah, great, thank you. Could you did you turn on your mic, and then can you put it closer to your?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm the
Could
owner
we
of.
show a map that shows where these are, these houses' properties are? It would be very helpful. Oh, okay.
I'm the owner of Lot 12 at the 5301, the Goldsboro Road. My concern is not the erosion in here. My concern is, mostly the privacy that, we had for 28 years to living there, and now it's going to be totally demolished with the house, which is only 14 feet away versus what I have right now, which is over 100 feet. Therefore, my recommendation or my suggestion is that, if the developer can reverse the proposed, the garage location from where it is right now to the mirror image, so that will give more distance for the proposed house next to my property. Because with the two-story house and such a small amount of the distance, our privacy in the backyard, my family room is totally gonna be demolished. The only reason the Goldsboro Road is a little bit different with the rest of the area because of the lot size and because of the privacy that you have. And that's proposed subdivision is gonna take away totally the privacy from me, Susan, and the Rakesh. But I'm only here to talk of myself. If the county decide to approve it, I'm asking please to consider that, to put a 6-foot solid privacy fence, which give more privacy to my property and give also more curb-up appeal to the existing, a new subdivision. And also, if we can reverse the garage location that it was proposed to the mirror image to the other side, that provide me more distance, the 14 feet currently right now proposed, they can shift it between the two new houses. And instead of putting me too close to the new house. I hope I'm not confusing you guys. If you have any question, I'll be happy to answer. I'm sorry?
No, she jumped. Want to go back to the last slide?
Yeah. As you can see, this is with the, with the arrow is showing, I'm asking that, the garage will be in this side as it is showing in the repositioning, the request. And also, I'd like to know if they're planning any trees, what size, what kind, so that would be determined. So it would be a total transparency. Unfortunately, which we didn't have with the owner. I request a meeting as of 2-3 weeks ago. I send him a text. I say, can we have a meeting with the neighborhood so we can go and hopefully we can eliminate wasting a county time and everybody's time. Unfortunately, he refused to do that.
Thank you very much for your testimony. So next we have Robert Feldhun.
Feldhun.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you for correcting me. Yeah.
Yeah. Do we control this, or do you control?
Well, let you do it.
It's unclear who's.
You know what you're doing.
Okay, so this is the third one, fourth one, and we have the fifth one here?
No, right,
Third one,
yes.
yeah. Okay, so,
Stormwater.
okay, so all you'll have to do is press forward or back if you want to.
Press forward or back.
Yeah.
Thank
Okay.
you.
And that'll go through all of them.
Just this one, and then
Just-
we'll switch over to the next.
Chairman Harris, members of the Montgomery County Planning Board, thank you very much. Thank you very much for letting me present today. My name is Bob Fellenhune. My wife, Barbara Rosenbaum, is here with me. We live at 5310 Bradley Boulevard. It's Lot 10. I've already submitted to you a talking paper that presents essentially our bottom line, which I'd like to read to you right off the beginning. The community input noted that the existing stormwater management concept was unacceptable and provided evidence of existing problems and suggested actions to be taken to mitigate water drainage-induced problems emanating from proposed Lot 36 onto the adjacent properties at 5306 and 5310 Bradley Boulevard. The map shown here, and I'm going to try to be quick and brief. You've seen this map in Marco's presentation. We live over here. There is a drainage wall that goes for about 175 feet. The highest point in the proposed Lot 36 is over here at 330, an elevation of 332 feet. The lowest point is at about 312 feet. This is a distance on the order of 45 feet. Our property level is at the backyard here is at about an elevation on the order of 320 feet. There is a drop of on the order of, this retaining wall is about 6 feet. The concern here is the runoff. Rakesh will speak in terms of his problem at lot number 10. I'm sorry, lot 11. I'll quickly go through it. This was from the applicant's efforts to go through and do some estimates of water table and water drainage in lots 35 and 36. I agree totally with what they have listed here on groundwater. I'm not going to take the time to go through all of these, but to note that there, with no indication from their borings that there was water present, they also note that the contractor should be prepared to handle the water conditions with conventional pumping and sump operation. If necessary, it should also be noted that perch water conditions are also possible. The point to also note is that the focus of their stormwater mitigation management is focused up front, and not enough attention, do we feel, was paid to along the boundary between lots 10 and 11 and lots 36. Did I exceed my time already?
Have, but take one more minute, okay?
Okay,
Thank you.
this
You-
is
you-
a-
you made the time to come here, so you.
Thank you very much, Chairman Harris. This is the backyard pond that exists on our property. This is a water that's there all year round. We do not add any water to this pond. This indicates to me the height of the water column that exists in and around certainly this pond, and I really can't honestly answer where else on this property. Here are the comments that we have made to the board, to the planning staff, starting with the paper GRG stands for Goldsboro Residents Groups. We started on April 18th, and there was a second paper that was shown that we provided in September. These are the specifics, recommendations that we as the community forwarded. We also got that, and what I have included in this past one was the stormwater management letter that was approved in July that Marco referred to in his introduction. Indicated these points over here, that our initial and frankly our final inputs we feel were not fully considered, properly considered. We have included these. This is also from our September 9th letter, and I want to close with the request to the Montgomery County Planning Board that they direct these 4 items listed as Part 1. These were basically what we included before, and specifically ask for further community review as an adjacent property member. And another specific item is to include a drainage mitigation area along the stone boundary between lots 30, really lot 36, proposed lot 36, I note, and lots 10 and 11 as part of the final storm mitigation plan or concept or whatever it's being called. Thank you.
Thank you, I appreciate you coming. So, do you have the owner, could you please come up? Yeah, well, yeah, and then we have, that's right, one more, I'm sorry. Larry Mahan, you have 6 minutes.
We have 2 more.
Rakesh?
Okay, yeah. So first, Rakesh Shimvasan.
Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Well, first of all, thank you for giving me the time to address our concerns. I'll keep it rather brief here. I do have my wife, Pia Srinivasan, also on the call. Me and Pia have been living at 5306 for about 3 years now. So our concern actually is very similar to what Bob mentioned. I think he covered it pretty much detail. What I can show you here actually is the wall about 1.5 foot of a wall, that the masonry wall that you see in the back of our house. It is clear that there's a need for stormwater mitigation in order to alleviate the water pressure that exists, increased water pressure that exists in the subterranean region. And because of the pressure, you can actually see this wall is actually leaning at an angle. There's enough bulge in it, and it's actually quite easily visible when you actually look at the wall. And the only way to actually address this is, one, obviously, doing a structural analysis, which is fine, but the way it's currently structured is that in the plan, if there were something to happen, then it will be addressed. I don't think as a resident living right behind this proposed property, that is sufficient. The 2 drains that you see on the left are clogged because of this pressure. And when it rains heavily, which it did just about a month ago, we get a ton of water coming into our backyard. So just to reiterate exactly what Bob said, there needs to be a clear plan to mitigate the stormwater problem that gets caused here. The second part of it relates close to what Sean said. In the current plan, one is that the proposed structure that is being moved closer to our property, and just given the height difference between their property and ours, we're completely left without any privacy. And the plan currently has there's no plan really for any screening to the back of our house. It's just the green trees that you see, the proposed trees. There's nothing planned there. There's just a wire fence. So what we're proposing here is that Apart from the 2 trees that are being put on the south side, which you can see over there, we would recommend and request that screening trees be put all around because the structure is coming closer to our house, and especially because it's coming to the second level where our bedrooms are. So those are the 2 concerns, as well as the proposed request here. If you have any questions, happy to answer.
Could you show the retaining wall that you showed the picture here?
Yeah, absolutely. There you go.
Where?
No.
No, on that plan.
On that plan, oh, okay,
yeah.
sorry.
There's
So
a-
you see the
use the
trees,
cursor.
the
There's-
green
Use
trees,
the
the longer?
cursor.
Can
No,
you
use
Oh,
the
I can do
cursor.
that, yeah, absolutely, that'd be easier for you. This one right here, this is the retaining wall, this is the one that Bob mentioned, it's 170 feet, all the way from the beginning of here till the end of his property, that is the adjacent of our property, which is lot
So
12.
you're low, they're high?
Yes, the proposed property is higher, we are lower.
You're lower. And
So
that's
this
their
is a
wall.
stone.
That's their wall or your wall?
That is their wall.
Okay.
So what is the brick wall? The brick wall that the first person said in consider. So there is a stone wall, and there is a brick wall, and there is a timber wall. That's what I heard. 3 different walls I have heard.
Stone wall is on the north side, the brick wall is on the
Brick
south.
wall is.
We can't see if you just
The cursor, yeah.
keep
I-
the
I'm gonna
cursor,
try and move
please.
the Cursor, it's bumping around. That, there, on the
We can't see.
side, there's a line, see that line? There on the south side, proposed lot 36, you can see that line below where the trees are? And
Okay.
it continues off the.
That's the brick.
That's the brick plus the proposed extension of a retaining wall. But that's on the opposite side of the
Okay.
property.
And then the wall that I was referring to is here along the proposed trees right here.
So those proposed trees, Mr. Fuster, the number 10s, are those bushes or trees?
Sorry, can we
Where it says,
go to my slide? Oh, okay, I'm sorry. The, along Lot 11, there's currently very minimal screening that exists along Lot 11, very minimal. There's just a few minor shrubs. But I was going to get into this a little later, but we already have condition 22C, which says to provide on-site screen plantings along the property line bordering adjacent Lot 11. So based on the previous set of letters that received, there was a specific request to screen along Lot 11, and we wrote the condition in, and the applicant is agreed to that condition. So that particular item
Okay.
has already been addressed.
okay, we'll get to then, so we'll,
It just while we have this, could you on this Marcus show us the location of all of these walls and the drainage issues that they're talking about?
Okay, sure.
It helps us to understand their concern.
Yeah, absolutely. So the timber wall that were images that Ms. Canton provided for Lot 29, they're, I believe, 6x6 timbers. They're generally along this area near the pool.
She was concerned with the brick walls.
There's, in the pictures she provided, there was the timber wall, which is near the pool equipment. There's a set of on-site brick walls in this general area here.
Okay.
Then the masonry wall at the low point runs along this entire property line here.
So, just so I understand here, in the slide that I showed, the green trees, those are our proposed trees. These were not proposed in the plan. And we were not aware, at least I was not aware, that this concern was actually taken care of and there was no communication to
we're
that.
just hearing your testimony, and
Absolutely,
then we'll
absolutely.
finish up at the end. Okay.
Okay.
If I
Great.
may add something?
All right. And then,
I wondered, how are they gonna put the trees above the wall, which is already
yeah, we'll get
has
to
a
that.
water problem?
We'll get to that. Let them show. So let's, is now, is it Larry Mahan?
There is no way they can put trees
So my name
above
is
your wall.
Larry Mahan. I live in 1 Goldsboro Court, which is directly across,
Can you turn your mic?
directly across the street from the proposed subdivision. And am speaking on behalf of the Goldsboro Residents Group. We're in support, especially of the property owners, particularly adjacent to the proposed subdivision. And I want to thank the board for hearing the concerns today from everyone. And I also want to thank Marco Fuster because he's been very helpful to us in our public comment period. So that being said, I just want to make a general comment from all of us that we do object to the subdivision as a whole, okay? We don't think it's particularly reflects the character along Goldsboro Road with its large lots, privacy, as you've heard, side setbacks, et cetera. It's interesting that the applicant brought up the fact that this was originally subdivided, and that's true, it was in 1931, but we don't think Montgomery County and Bethesda Chevy Chase look like 1931 anymore, so we're trying to deal with it as it is today. That being said, we're realists. We were all at the Thrive 2050 plan that may fundamentally change single-family residential zoning. So we'll have to, we defer to you on the approval or disapproval of the subdivision. What I wanted to talk about was really some things that amplify and things you have not particularly heard about with regard to the issues raised. So the engineering firm for the applicant believed, as they stated, that everything that they submitted for stormwater management was satisfied. Department of Permitting Services said it was acceptable in this July letter that it was referred to. And everything is managed, of course, with dry wells and microfiltration trenches. Well, that's just simply not the case. You heard lots 10 and 11. There are no dry wells there. There are no micro trenches there. They, every day in a rainstorm, experience water, and they experience the water pressure on the walls. So with that evidence, today's evidence, as a fact, we brought this to their attention. And in fact, there's no stormwater management language, solution, or anything proposed along lots 10 and 11. So I mentioned the dry wells, they're all in other parts of the property. I just wanted to bring up, there was reference to consultants that did the soil core samples. And Bob told you that, the ones in particular along the wall didn't even extend to his property. But it's of note that 2 of those 3 that were arguably along that area were inconclusive because they hit rock at 2 feet. Now, is that a rock table affecting water flow to these properties? We don't know. We're not soil engineers. But the one closest to Bob actually was very loamy, sandy soil. Water gets through it. It's just a simple, gravity. They even noted this, that the groundwater is significantly influenced by surface water runoff rainfall. You heard that from the owners of Lot 10 and 11. And surprisingly, the groundwater flows downhill. Okay, well, the differential between Lot 29, Mrs. Canton, at that severe sloping side of proposed Lot 36, and the backyards of Lot 10 and 11 are almost 20 feet. So that's plenty of depth or force to allow water to flow towards their properties, and that's just what they experience. They recommended that, something to enhance natural drainage was appropriate. That was, again, the consultant back in December 23 from the applicant. So we do agree with DPS. They recommended as one condition that a structural analysis of this wall, that is Lot 10 and 11 wall, we'll call it, And, you know, maybe it needs to be replaced if it's found so. But as I said, there's no solution for the water problem. And so we're here today, we're trying to offer solutions, not just complaints. I personally had water problems on my lot. I personally dug out 150 feet and put a French drain in, and it solved it. So again, not an engineer, but some common sense could say one possible solution would be to put some dry wells to trap the water and then redirect them into something like a French drain and take it all the way out and deposit it where the stormwater drains are out on Goldsboro Road, which they themselves get overloaded. So, you know, I don't know if that's a solution, but it's just something that makes some sense. And, you know, that really could help there, and it's running between the two proposed lots, okay? So just to summarize, on behalf of all of us, but again, particularly adjacent property members, we respectfully ask you all to put off an approval at this point because of the issues raised, and to go back and require, in this case, CPJ is the engineering firm, call applicant CPJ or whoever, you know, responsible for making the subdivision concept/engineering plan, to first look at Mrs. Canton's issue, that this LOD, contrary to what it says on page 14 in the county, that, you know, it's been reduced. No, it's been moved very close to the fence line that she showed you. Those 80-foot trees are gonna come out. They're gonna cause a lot of disturbance. And to look more closely into that, and maybe, again, as a solution, consider a multi-tiered terracing solution where you've got flat retaining walls, multi-tiered, it'll take away this, you know, incredibly steep slope and possible disruption. To also require a comprehensive stormwater management solution that takes into account lots 10 and 11 that were completely ignored across extensive public comment periods and review. And then lastly, with regard to privacy, I know that's can sometimes be a flexible issue. I go around Bethesda all the time and you see massive homes going up over little homes and looking down on them. But again, there's a very good solution proposed today. Reverse the driveway. Reverse that area. It will put at least some distance. And you may hear, you know, I don't know, oh, well, contours may make it hard. There's only about 4 to 5 feet of contour across moving this. And it can still retain, I think the minimum on what was proposed is a 14-foot BRL, I just call it a side variance. That can be maintained on the other side and have it be 14 feet the house proposed for lot 36, that's all. I mean, it helps, okay? It's better than just trees and a fence, because these properties do look up and down onto the private backyards of these homes. So with that, you know, while I'd love to say, oh, you know, send all this to DPS, okay? But we know that DPS doesn't always have, you know, full public comment as it goes into those stages. But we feel that if these 3 specific points could get codified in a revised subdivision concept/engineering plan, just like the plan that currently exists, where yes, CPJ did make some modifications according to our concerns, and we're thankful for that. Codify it in that plan so that when the developer comes along, they say, okay, we do have to put in something for water along lot 10 and 11. We do have to take care of the steep slope and disruption along lot 29. We do have to maybe put the driveway over here, because we feel that if it's not codified there, it's just gonna start to get lost in the process. And we don't want those issues passed on to property owners and subsequent litigation. Nobody wants that.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. So now, I'd like to have the owner and your consultants be able to respond to what we've heard from the applicant. And maybe, first, what changes, maybe, as you speak, maybe you can talk about what changes have you made since, it sounds like some changes have been made, I'm not sure, but you can talk about what changes have you made since the plans that the neighbors saw, and then talking about how have you, as they talked about stormwater management, visibility, retaining walls, privacy, what have you done? How does your plan address their
Can I just
questions?
add
Okay.
something to the questions? Everybody talks about the stormwater management. I understand that that needs to be dealt with, but a lot of the issues that they're talking about, especially with the engineers here, is a storm drainage issue. Those are two different things. So when you respond, please provide that stormwater management is something that DPS, by the way, stormwater management is for the quality. If you're talking about the quantity and water drainage from lot to lot, that's a storm drainage. And that is something that the civil engineer for CPJ would look into. And I know that DPS has a requirement that every lot is responsible to take care of the storm drainage within their property line. Of course, we understand that water go downfield, but we want to try to minimize any impact to the properties. When you explain, could you distinguish between these two? Thank you.
For the record, Rich Ingram with Charles P. Johnson Associates. The applicant Gary Waldman is sitting beside me. First, I'd like to say, sorry.
No, it's on.
First, I'd like to say that we agree, we're in agreement with staff's recommendations for the conditions of approval. There's a lot of questions that I need to answer, so I'll try to go through the ones I heard, and if there's anything I missed, feel free to interject. I guess we can work left to right on the plan regarding the existing retaining walls. The existing brick wall that is on proposed lot 36. Yes, that wall is in a bad condition, and as the plan points out, that wall will be replaced in place, not just fixed, but actually rebuilt in place. And we also are doing other walls on that side. As the administrative subdivision plan note states that everything on this plan from a layout perspective is conceptual. This is not final architecture. It's not final site layout. That will be determined when we do building permits. So the material of the wall is undetermined, if this is going to be a tiered system or a single wall, or if the wall location is going to change within the approved LOD based on the forest conservation plan. All that is to be determined later. We are acknowledging that the existing wall will be replaced. It will be fixed. A new wall will be constructed. If we go to the issue of privacy, proposed lot 35, I believe, regarding flipping the house. As staff pointed out in the beginning, we are utilizing the existing aprons. This is a dual apron existing property. We are not proposing a new location for an entrance. We are utilizing what is there now for both properties. Flipping the house and putting the apron on the other side of the property only puts it closer to Bradley Boulevard with traffic coming off of Bradley Boulevard. Where we have it located, again, is using the existing apron, is farther away from the intersection of Bradley Boulevard, allowing homeowners to safely back in and out of their property. I go back to, again, everything on here is conceptual. Architecture isn't determined, size of the house, layout of the house, whether it's a one-story, two-story. It will meet all applicable zoning requirements when we go to building permit for height and setbacks. We did work with staff on the shared property line between proposed lot 35 and existing lot 12 with the existing vegetation along that side of the property. We adjusted the limits of disturbance to be further into the property to lessen the impact to the existing screening vegetation that's there now. And we also expanded the building restriction line more than what is required by zoning to be at the closest point of 14-foot building restriction line at the rear And as you get closer to the property, it expands out to, I believe, almost 17 or 18 feet. Do you want me to keep going through these, or would you like to ask me questions about what I say as I move forward?
Maybe, and then as you get to the screening, I think there were some, you could talk about where you beefed or didn't beef up the trees. I mean, you said there, you started with certain tree canopy and then you increased it to, I don't know, so that even
Yes.
the residents could see what you're proposing. I don't know if they've seen the, I'm just saying, I don't know what plan they have or have not seen. And then talk about, as you go to the drainage, like, are you providing for whatever drainage on-site stays on-site and can be, doesn't run off-site and then goes into a system, you know, and is that what does your dry wells do? And I'm talking about, are you picking up drainage off of their site, or are you taking care of all the drainage, a drop of water that drops on your site stays on these sites and is adequately flows to, you know, it's not getting on to the adjacent property site? I mean, could you just talk about how that design is made?
Sure.
Yeah.
If we start with the screening, the slide that you're seeing here, the Forest Conservation Plan, does show screening arborvitaes and hollies being planted in between proposed Lot 35 and existing Lot 12. Since this plan was done, we are now going to be proposing carrying that landscaping along the back of proposed Lot 35, between 35 and 11, and continuing up on between the shared property line of proposed Lot 36 and existing Lot 11. That will be additional, consisting of the same landscaping that's shown on this plan now, will continue up and along to the limits of disturbance on proposed Lot 36. So that is a change from what it was originally submitted to where we're at today.
Okay, and then talk about the drainage.
Sure.
And the civil, you are the civil, talk about
That's me.
How that was developed.
So as part of the subdivision approval, we did submit a stormwater concept to Montgomery County Department of Environmental Services. That plan was approved. That plan accounts for the proposed development. We have dry wells for roof area, and we have microinfiltration trenches for proposed hard surfaces in the front yard along the driveways to meet the requirement. We also, during the plan, we adjusted the grading so that the drainage from our property is now directed out to the Goldsboro right-of-way via natural drainage swales, grass swales. We are not proposing any disturbance in the back half of proposed Lot 36. We have established limits of disturbance. But yes, a stormwater concept plan was submitted and approved by the county for drainage to meet that requirement as a stormwater concept.
Is it possible to give just 3 quick responses to some of the points raised?
Well, let's, wait 1 second before, let's address any other the commissioners' questions or comments.
And also, excuse me, Mr. Chair, Elza Heisel McCoy, Chief Down County Planning, for the record. Mark Etheridge with DPS Stormwater is on the call and can provide more insight on their review of the stormwater approval.
That would be great. Mr. Etheridge?
Hi, this is Mark Etheridge. I manage the Water Resources section for DPS. We review the stormwater concepts. I want to point out, first of all, that what we review for these projects is to make sure they're in compliance with stormwater environmental mitigation requirements as set forth by the Maryland Department of the Environment. We don't look at overall condition of retaining walls and things like that. That's outside our purview. We're looking at the development itself. There is a certain amount of water that has to be treated per state law and per county requirements. And we make sure that what is proposed complies with those treatment requirements. The dry wells and things are associated with the new development because that is what we are bound to review for. We really just don't have any purview for the condition or repair or anything like that for existing drainage or retaining walls and portions of the property that are already in existence. it's outside the purview of stormwater requirements. So we reviewed this plan. We made sure that they computed their requirements for treatment properly. We found that they did. We looked at the elements that they were proposing for stormwater management mitigation, and we found that they were acceptable. We do require in Montgomery County that there is soil testing done. That is above and beyond the MDE requirement, which relies only on the mapped hydrologic soil groups on the USDA soil maps. Under MDE requirements, the dry wells perfectly acceptable because they're mapped as hydrologic B soils. We like to get a little bit more better information so we know a little bit more about what's going on, and that's what that geotechnical analysis was for. And we found that the soils were acceptable. We did infiltration testing that actually exceeds, the results exceed MDE's minimum requirements for infiltration in those tests. So we found that this was an acceptable stormwater management concept within the confines of environmental mitigation for the creation of these two lots. Happy to answer any other questions.
But also, does that mean you concluded that their design was acceptable to drain whatever water that flowed on their site acceptably to either these dry wells or to the front of the property so it wouldn't get on a neighbor's property or whatever?
Water will go on neighbors' properties. The law of gravity is not going to be broken, right? Okay. So we can't keep all the water on the property. That's not the point of stormwater management. Stormwater management is to provide some mitigation for the environmental impacts that are imposed on this land by the development. We're only talking about a portion of a statistical one-year storm event for stormwater management. Drainage, it was brought up earlier by someone else, is a civil issue. It is something that the developer and the owner of the property needs to deal with, certainly. But that's handled under Maryland code, not through stormwater management mitigation code.
Okay, so thank you. So if it's a civil, so you've designed this, the grading, that the grading doesn't run on an adjacent neighbor's property. Is that?
So we are taking the disturbed area in the LOD to the public right-of-way. The area behind the limits of disturbance, we are not changing that drainage pattern. We are only working within the LOD.
So that means that in general, you're making it better for storm drainage because now you make sure that the area between the LOD is not going to the neighbors. If it was going before, it's not going to go now.
Correct. And as I go back to that, this is, a conceptual layout. There could be a pool built back here. There could be other things. But when we go to building permit and we submit an actual sediment control stormwater management plan at DPS for review, we do have to look at offsite drainage. We have to do a written statement as to that we've looked at downstream analysis pre and post. That is something we do every day.
Okay, great. Do any of the board members have any questions or comments? Seeing none, so one last question. Here it talked about you needed is this one that you needed an updated noise analysis report or something? And is there a reason why, is this project? I thought I read somewhere.
Right, that there are conditions for this project to update the noise analysis prior to, I believe, time of permit.
Okay. Is there a reason why you need an updated one, or?
Yes, as explained in the staff report, the result was that the noise levels that would be experienced in the house are just a fraction below that which would require mitigation. The mitigation would typically be like insulation or special doors and windows to help mitigate the sound. So because they were just a fraction under the threshold, and there were two, I guess what I would say, irregularities with the noise analysis, we wanted a new one. So the two concerns, which are addressed by the condition of approval, were that they had two measuring points on the southern side of the property, which, whereas this property is noise impacted on two sides, either Goldsboro Road or Bradley Boulevard independently would make this project subject to the noise analysis. So we'd like to have one of the recordings set on the north side of the site, which would more accurately reflect any noise from Bradley Boulevard.
Okay, great, great. So they were very close, so you decided. So to me, it looks...
Can I ask, follow up your question? Or do you just follow up your question?
Yes,
Do you have
please.
other questions?
I have some follow-up.
Follow up on your question. Follow up on the noise, because I had the same question also. I just feel that asking for this property to do noise analysis is excessive. If by code they have to do it, that's fine. But we ask them to do another one. To me, it's additional cost that we're asking them to do that is going to impact, the price of the house. I do not know if they could just get away and say that, well, people are going to come by these houses or they want to leave these houses. They see that it's next to the road and they're going to have noise. Or they could put something in there as you have requested, or if they can just do mitigations with the material to reduce the sound, asking them to do twice if they don't have to do it, to me is additional cost, just my opinion.
I think, yeah, I agree with Commissioner Pedoeem on that point.
The point was, either they did meet it or didn't meet it, or they were just on the, like they were just met it, or I'm just trying to understand why they're, yeah.
The noise guidelines require that they do the analysis, and the purpose of the analysis is to inform the future property owners that there's going to be a noise impact. And so those noise impacts are significant, and so the analysis that was done, we think is not going to accurately reflect the noise levels for the future homeowners. So the recommendation is that they redo the study to better reflect the existing conditions to the homeowners, and so it's updating that.
So maybe we should ask them not to do analysis until the house is built, and then do analysis, and then if it goes over the noise, then they put the notices to people. I'm just trying to see that if we could reduce some of these requirements.
So just sum up for me, that is it, the applicant said that they're going to redo that wall on the south side of the property. A new wall, is that what I understood?
On proposed lot 36, yes.
Okay, right. What I understand is that you're putting in response to the applicant, you were putting in more screening along from lots 10 and 11. Is that what I understand?
Correct.
But are you not taking out anything on lot 10, are you? I mean, I'm just, are you in the back?
No, sorry, it's lots 12 and lots 11 that have the additional screening.
And between 10 and the proposed lot 36, you're not taking out anything there, correct?
No, our limits of disturbance does not go that far back.
Okay, great. So I have no other comments or questions. Is there any other comments or questions?
On the noise, just on the noise and on condition 10, which would be condition 10 and 11, the issue was with the placement of the noise.
There was a second issue that, per the noise guidelines for development in Montgomery County, you're required to go with a 20-year projection of the noise. So basically, the noise is recorded, and then it's modeled based on the projected traffic increase as to what it would be 20 years in the future. And this particular analysis didn't extend out to the 20 years. It was only, it says so in the report, I believe it's approximately 14 or 15 years rather than the standard 20. So between those two inconsistencies, it's likely that some mitigation would actually be required.
Would be required on the north.
And as conditioned, the requirement is that it be done by building permit. So it wouldn't need to be done now. It would be done when they got permits for the house.
And the 20-year projections and the location of the recording equipment is part of the 1983 noise guidelines. Is that accurate? They should. The question I'm asking is they should have known, right?
The 20-year projection is embedded in the guidelines. It's been staff practice for many years.
Okay. Yeah.
Can you just put back up your conditions so we can make sure we have, are there any changes in the conditions, or they're just, you can,
There's no recommended changes in conditions at this time.
okay, all right. For all those reasons, and for that any disturbance will be better drained than before, I'm approving moving forward. I'm recommending we move forward. But so, is there a motion to? Let me just go back to approve. Should we do both separately, or can we do them both?
Chair, with respect, could we just talk about some of the points that were made that may influence your motion to approve, and just quickly?
What? Yes, sure. What points?
So we now understand that the definition of stormwater, ours is probably broader, so we can divide it between the fact that the staff said they checked their boxes, the applicant and the engineering firm said, hey, it went to DPS, everything's fine. So we are, call it now drainage, okay? It's still not taken care of. And to simply say, we went to DPS, they checked the box, they gave us approval. The looming issue of drainage, which is proven problems on lots 10 and 11, are being ignored. And in fact, in the original plan, the limited disturbance, the BRL, was 25 feet, which included quite a bit of Bob's property. Now it's been moved out to 100, and now it's the excuse, well, we can't go in and do anything there because that's that's our limit of disturbance. It's now 100 feet from the back property line, which means technically, unless the department said something different, they can't even go in there and put in a drainage solution. Okay, so why it was moved from 25 to 100, we don't know. But see, now it actually makes it worse in that a drainage solution, which we have been asking for before the July 12th approval letter on stormwater and after again, nobody's dealing with it. And that's why we're here. That's why, and yes, it is a concept plan, but things on the concept plan translate to the developer, and they mean things. This note that, well, the entrance to the driveway, it's getting close to Bradley Boulevard. Sean's driveway is to the Bradley Boulevard side of proposed lot 35. No issues with his driveway. So why can't their driveway be, 10, 15 feet from his driveway?
Yeah.
We think that should be looked at, because that alone would solve a lot of privacy issues that trees and fences don't solve.
Can I ask a quick follow-up? If you had to choose one concern that's your largest concern, could you just share with us what you're most concerned about as the largest impact you think will happen?
You've heard from the property owner. 2 of them have water damage.
So
okay? The other has...
So you think water concerns, is that the largest?
And on the other side, a single wall. I used to build this stuff as a high school student for a landscaping company.
So I think
part of... 12-foot wall does not stop water flow.
It seems like we may be talking past each other a little bit. I think that many of the concerns you've laid out have been addressed by the applicant. No. It sounds like the grading, which will apply to the full limit of disturbance, he's described how the grading is going to flow the water to the street. The portion of the, excuse me one second. Excuse me one second. The portion of the property that is not affected by the limit of disturbance, which is the status quo existing condition, which affects Lot 10, fully acknowledge that Lot 10 may be experiencing some existing drainage to their site. There's currently no stormwater management at all on the property. What they're proposing is by all definitions an improvement to the status quo situation, because the limit of disturbance covers most of this site. That'll all be treated by a combination of dry wells and grading coming to the street, as the applicant has just described. If your largest concern is the water and stormwater management, I think they've gone to great lengths to address that. If your concern is that you don't want the property built, which you admitted earlier, then, you know, that's beyond the purview of this. They have a right to do it. So I think the applicant has sufficiently addressed
Well,
the largest
I
concern, which is the
respectfully
water.
disagree.
Okay.
Because
That's
the
fine.
dry wells are, as
Sir,
he said,
sir,
the dry wells
Sir,
address
you
the
had your
home.
time, please, okay?
But you're misrepresenting our concerns.
No, we're not misrepresenting your concerns. We're just saying that what the applicant plans to do will provide better drainage than there is today, because they're.
It will not.
So.
Where is the contouring that will take care of 36?
Sir, we're going to vote on this now. And we heard you. They made some improvements in terms of, big issue was privacy, right? They're putting more screening there, okay? The drainage, we told you what they're doing is better drainage than it is today. They're replacing the wall on the side, right? And so we're going to move on, okay? So do I have a motion to
May I
approve?
intervene? Can I,
Sir,
can I
no, sir,
respectfully
sir,
say something?
we've talked enough, sir, right?
I
haven't
move
talked,
to
Your Honor.
move
I
to
just wanna
approve
say
administrative
something on the record.
subdivision plan number 6, 2024-0130.
Well, I just want to say
Second.
something on the record, Your Honor. I'm sorry. Because I'm sorry, I have to say that because what the engineer said was a sales pitch that he cannot move the driveway. In fact, the curve
Sir,
between my house.
sir,
I'm
sir,
sorry,
we're
I
not
have-
going.
I'm sorry, you give me a
Please.
30-second and then you
You've
guys
said that.
talk and talk
You've
and
said
talk.
that.
No,
Okay?
I didn't say that. All I'm
You've
saying,
asked to move the
engineer-
driveway. We heard you.
I'm sorry, I need to finish. I appreciate if you don't keep interrupting me.
No,
I
sir.
need to
Is there a
finish,
motion?
please.
Is it?
A motion has been made, Chair,
I mean-
to approve the administrative subdivision.
And second.
And seconded.
And second.
Approve.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Move.
I abstain.
Okay, abstain.
Move.
Yeah, ayes have it. Is there a motion, is there a forced
Yeah. Move to approve the Forest Conservation Plan number F 2024-0640.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, the ayes have it. Thank
I
you so much.
abstain.
Yep, 401, okay. We will now take a 5-minute break and then go on to our next item, number 8, Montgomery County Housing Hotel Market Study Briefing, where staff is recommending brief the planning board. Thank you. Good afternoon. We're on item number 8, Montgomery County Hotel Market Briefing Study, where planning staff is briefing the planning board on this wonderful study. So I'm going to kick it over to Carrie McCarthy, who will introduce us and let us know what we should expect to hear today. Thank you.
Great. Good afternoon. My name is Carrie McCarthy. For the record, I'm the Division Chief for Research and Strategic Projects, and I'm so pleased to have our summer intern, Lucy Powers, back to present her work that she did on hotels over the summer. She is in her second year at the University of Pennsylvania, getting a master's degree in urban planning. And then I'd also like to introduce Nick Holzcomb, who's a planner 3 on the research team. Nick's been here for about 10 years, and this is his first time in front of the board since Artie became chair. And he's one of the superstars that is not in front of the board much, but he did an excellent job mentoring and supervising Lucy this summer. And you'll see that in this work product, and then research is back next week. So in the work product we're gonna come back with. And then I also wanna recognize Kelly Groff in the audience, who's the CEO of Visit Montgomery, and she was really helpful in giving us resources and providing comments on the draft of the report.
Well, thank you so much, Ms. McCarthy, and welcome, Lucy Powers. Welcome back. We look forward to your presentation, and thank you, Mr. Holcomb.
Absolutely, thank you. And I feel like I'm blushing a little bit. That was a very nice introduction. So for the record, Nick Holzcomb, Research and Strategic Projects. We're here to brief the board on the hotel study that we did over the summer. The study was interesting for a few reasons. I apologize. The study was of interest for a few years, but we're always stretched fairly thin, so we couldn't get to it until now. As stated in the staff report, research has done all sorts of studies in various sectors of both the economy of the county, but also the land use makeup. We've looked at industrial, retail, office, mixed-use development, and so many other things. The hotel market is interesting in the county, and we think this study can be a very valuable element to understand, both for master planning as well as partner agencies in the county. So with that, I'll turn it over to Lucy to brief you on the study, and of course, any questions both from the presentation or found in the full study in your packet are open for discussion. Thank you.
For the record, this is Lucy Powers. So in our briefing today, we're going to start with an introduction to the study, covering its goals and methodology, some key terminology, as well as some of the background research that went into the study. Then in the summary of the study, we're going to highlight the study's main findings, specifically as they relate to industry performance, the county's hotel inventory, and then how the county compares regionally. And then in the conclusion of the briefing, we'll share some of the study's key takeaways before noting some potential topics for future research. So starting with the study's goals and methodology, we chose to study hotels, as has been mentioned, because it's an otherwise unstudied area of land use in the county. We also hope that this study can be a resource not only for planning efforts, but for other stakeholders and contributors to the county's economic competitiveness. To study hotels, we completed both qualitative and quantitative analysis and created an inventory of the county's hotel stock. We used the data sources that are listed in Table 1, specifically the Bureau of Labor Statistics, CoStar, the U.S. Census Bureau, and a lot of help from Visit Montgomery, as has been mentioned. So there are about 6 terms that are central to understanding our briefing today, which I'm going to run through just to ensure understanding. ADR is the average daily rate. It's the measure that is the average rate for all the hotel rooms based off of the room revenue divided by the number of rooms sold. Class is a categorization of hotels that is created by CoStar. It's divided into 7 categories: luxury, upper upscale, upper midscale, midscale, and economy. That's actually 6. And as mentioned, it's defined by CoStar. It's used to compare chain-affiliated and independent hotels by looking at their average daily rates relative to the local market. So this is a categorization that only works when comparing hotels within a single area. Occupancy is calculated by dividing the number of rooms sold by the rooms available, and it's a measure of the available rooms that were sold during a specific period of time. For the case of this study, we primarily looked at the year as a time period. RevPAR is revenue per available room. It's slightly different from average daily rates in that it is the total revenue divided by the total number of available rooms. So this includes rooms that weren't sold during the period, as opposed to rates which specifically look at the rooms that are sold. Rooms available or room supply is the number of rooms in a hotel or set of hotels multiplied by the number of days. So that is the number of room nights that are available, not just the number of rooms on any given day. And then rooms sold is the number of rooms sold during a time period. Again, that would be a year. Because the concept of hotel class is regionally specific and can be a little bit confusing, we've also included Table 2 here, which shows the class designations of each of the hotel brands with open locations in Montgomery County. Some of these are pretty intuitive. Others, from personal experience, may not seem like they're correct, but remember, it's specific to Montgomery County. So a Residence Inn will be considered upscale in Montgomery County, while if you went to New York City or somewhere where there are a wider variety of hotels and a wider variety of rates, that might not be the same classification. Moving into background research, we touched on two main categories, local context and drivers of demand. Our research into local context first looked into the county's historic hotel sites, where we found that the county has a long history of hosting tourists and businessmen and politicians that are traveling to and from Washington, D.C. I've listed here 3 hotels which are on the historic inventory of the county. We also found that there is a hub of hospitality businesses in Bethesda, Maryland, and that hotels are currently allowed in 5 of the county's zones. Turning to drivers of demand, we looked into both national and local drivers. We found that the national popularization of leisure travel, which is a combination of business and leisure, as well as the growing spending power of the millennial and Gen Z generations, has become a really important consideration in the future of hotel demand. Locally, we found that hotel demand is primarily driven by travel to Washington, D.C., and also group bookings like conferences, school trips, and especially youth sports events because of the Soccerplex. We also found that the ADR of Montgomery County is over $100 lower than Washington, D.C., which motivates people to stay outside in the county as opposed to in downtown D.C. Finally, we spoke with a representative from Visit Montgomery and learned a lot about the county's tourism agency and its efforts to brand Montgomery County as Maryland's cultural capital, which really plays into some of the preferences that are growing amongst that leisure and Gen Z millennial trend that we were seeing in demand. Moving into industry performance, we wanted to provide both an overview of the current conditions as well as an analysis of how the industry has been recovering since COVID-19. So to start, in 2023, we had about 3.3 million available room nights and sold about 2.1 million room nights with an average occupancy rate of 64.1%. The average daily rate in 2023 was $142.11, and the revenue per available room was $92.17.
Is this revenue profit after they get the cost out?
So it's the calculation of total revenue divided by the available rooms. I'm not sure if it includes like the operating costs being subtracted out of the calculation. But that's something we can look into. So moving forward into how we've recovered from COVID-19, both ADR and RevPAR have hit record highs in 2023. However, several metrics have not fully recovered since COVID-19, specifically the available room nights, the room nights sold, and therefore occupancy, as well as travel accommodations employment. So here, figure 1 shows that neither the total supply, demand, or occupancy of rooms in the Montgomery County hotels has recovered to pre-COVID levels. And occupancy in the county currently remains at about 3 percentage points below 2019 levels.
May I ask a quick question on this, on that particular one? I understand sort of the, we can go back on that slide. I get the annual occupancy and the demand dropping and things like that. The annual total supply, the missing like 500,000, about 500,000 room nights, did we lose like over numbers of hotels? Were there buildings that went out of use as hotels? Like why is that total room dropping?
So there was the 4-H conference center closed.
Okay.
And there were a couple hotels that closed temporarily during COVID and then used that period to either renovate or they decided to, I think one may have decided to close permanently. But I know that there were definitely some longer term closures that came following that.
Okay, so someone decided to take the opportunity to renovate. Some were very large closures, very large sort of conference level type of things. Okay, cool, just curious.
And just one of the quick, so the hotel industry, at least in Maryland, I mean in Montgomery County, they're okay at 70% occupancy. I mean, is that considered good for them, or they really want to be at 75, or or at 67 now? That's kind of, I mean, when do when they break even or something? I'm just trying to think what's great for and what's not so great for them.
So I can't speak exactly to what they would want, but if you look, dating back to 2012, we've stayed pretty consistently below 70%, and so that is, I guess, what we would define as like the normal operating level, because if you are to have every single room, every single night filled, that poses its own problem as well. Okay, so moving into ADR and RevPAR, we found that despite the incomplete recovery of sales and occupancies, these two measures both hit record highs in 2023. So from 2019 to 2022, or 2020, apologies, the ADR fell from $127 to $93. But in 2023, it's now hit $142.11. Meanwhile, RevPAR fell from $86 to $33, and in 2023, it's now risen back up to $92.17. While a lot of the industry's metrics have shown this strong recovery, employment is one of the areas in which recovery has lagged. As Figure 3 shows, we have not reached pre-COVID employment levels in traveler accommodations, and it's currently at about 76% of pre-pandemic levels. Speaking with members of the industry and looking at the data, it's possible that employment is not going to fully recover to 2019 levels because of inflation and increased operating costs. There's been some digitization of tasks, as well as some improved efficiency with limited staff that was necessary during the pandemic. Okay, moving into the hotel inventory, we took stock of 54 hotels across the county and 9,513 rooms. In analyzing the geographic trends of these hotel locations, we noted two key observations. First, that they are concentrated in 4 centers, and next, that they're typically oriented around transportation networks. So looking at Figure 4, this map shows the county's hotel locations as well as those concentration centers, which are Rockville, Gaithersburg, Bethesda, and Silver Spring. Here in Figure 5, we demonstrate the transit orientation of the county's hotels, where there are 11 hotels that are located within a half-mile radius of a metro station. We also found that 53 of the county's 54 hotels are accessible via either metro, MARC, or bus lines. Continuing this finding, Figure 6 shows that the county's hotels which are located, or the county has several hotels which are located within a half-mile of either I-495 or I-270, and combined, this allows for hotel proximity to some form of transportation to be available at 53 of the 54 hotels in the county. In addition to geographic trends, we also looked at the character and typology of hotels, and we found that the majority of the county's hotels are upscale or upper upscale, which is perpetuated by the large size and high room inventory of these types of hotels. To the left, Figure 7 shows a map of the county's hotels by class, and to the right, Figure 8 shows the county's hotel and room counts, which demonstrates that even though we have a more distributed concentration of types of hotels, the rooms are more far oriented towards those upscale and upper upscale types of stays. Furthering that analysis of hotel class, we also found that the concentration of new hotels, specifically among lower scale hotels, has really slowed in recent years. Most of the hotels in Montgomery County were built prior to 2000, and only one economy hotel has been built since 2000, whereas there has been some construction of those upscale and upper upscale hotels. Interestingly, we also found that both of the county's remaining independent hotels were also built prior to 1970. The final piece of our hotel inventory analysis was looking at amenities and meeting venues. In analyzing hotel amenities, we found that most of the county's hotels cater to business travelers, with most of the common hotel amenities, the most common hotel amenities being meeting spaces, fitness centers, and business centers. Figure 10 shows the county's hotel stock broken down into various amenity profiles, which staff created to further analyze the county's hotel stock and amenity offerings. We also found that the county has a total of 350,000 square feet of meeting space and 330 meeting rooms across 43 of the 54 hotels. This includes 3 conference center hotels, which account for roughly 43% of the county's hotel meeting space, while the other 40 hotels have smaller spaces which can accommodate smaller crowds. Moving into the county's regional standing, we first mapped and analyzed the hotel markets in the neighboring counties of Fairfax, Prince George's, and Loudoun County. The map included here shows each of these counties' hotel locations, as well as the locations of major highways, the metro lines, and major airports. We observed from this analysis that Montgomery County has fewer hotels and hotel rooms than both Fairfax and Prince George's County. Looking at the industry's performance across these different counties, such as the occupancy and the RevPAR, we found that hotels in the region's counties generally perform similarly, as you can see by these 2 figures. But looking deeper, we also found that Montgomery County's annual average occupancy rate, both historically and in 2023, trailed behind Loudoun, Prince George's, and Fairfax counties. The county also saw less demand, lower RevPARs, and less in total revenue than both Fairfax and Prince George's County. Returning to our regional mapping of the hotel locations, we noticed that Prince George's, Fairfax, and Loudoun County have all seen more new hotels built since 2000 than Montgomery County. We also found that there's a high concentration of hotels in Fairfax and Prince George's counties within a half-mile radius of the Capital Beltway, while only 3 of the county's hotels are located within a half-mile of I-495 in Montgomery County. Figure 14 illustrates that we believe this trend might be influenced by the lack of commercial or retail zoning surrounding I-495, as there's very few areas surrounding the highway that are zoned to permit hotels. Pulling together the various sections of the study, we determined several key takeaways, which are listed here. First, we found that the hospitality industry has a rich local history in the county and has played a large role in the county's economy historically and to date. We found that the county's hotels are highly transit-oriented and concentrated in several key centers. We also found that the county's hotel stock overwhelmingly serves a higher income consumer, while most amenities are geared towards full service and business travelers. While economy and mid-scale hotel stays are fairly uncommon in the county, we found that recent development has primarily targeted higher class hotel consumers as well. Though there has been meaningful steps towards recovery following COVID-19, Montgomery County's hotels continue to mirror a regional and national struggle to return to pre-pandemic employment and occupancy levels. And we also found that Montgomery County specifically has a lower hotel and room inventory than its neighboring counties. Finally, we found that the county's comparatively low hotel count and room inventory may be attributed to some development trends in recent history, as well as the county's residential zoning surrounding key interstates.
Could you explain that last one a little bit more detailed? Because I was wondering that why Montgomery County is at the bottom if you look at regionally, and what are the reasons? How can we help?
So the first thing is we don't have a major airport like a lot of the Virginia counties do. And so that attracts a lot of hotels around the airport. But as we show in figure 14, there's also a tendency for hotels to be clustered around highways and interstates. And the area along a heavily trafficked interstate, for us currently, it doesn't have the zoning to permit a lot of hotel development. Other reasons might just be there isn't the demand to motivate hotel development to expand the hotel stock in the county, which would have to do with what kind of big businesses are in the area. Are there different industries that are attracting a lot of visitors? Since we're close to DC, we're attracting a lot of visitors that are coming in for different events that happen in the capital, but we share those visitors with the neighboring counties. So it's a matter of getting them to come here as opposed to going to Prince George's County or Fairfax.
The one thing for us is the zoning, if we think about it, that we can work on to make it better. I'm wondering if Airbnb has been a reason for the hotels not being able to come
So,
back up that
yeah,
previous years.
Airbnb is kind of outside of the scope of the study, unfortunately. We didn't talk or look into data surrounding Airbnbs, but the general trend with demand for hotels has been venturing further away from traditional hotel stays and into more of those smaller stays or boutique hotels, places where people have like more unique experiences. And so I wouldn't be surprised if that was also contributing. I just don't have the data.
Because you have put, like previous year, I do not know when was the birth of Airbnb, but I think that if the Airbnb has been an issue from the birth, maybe that's why the hotel industry could never go back to the earlier year that you had put it in your graph that showed like 70%, it doesn't happen because there are other options available.
I mean, I would be interested to see the data, but Airbnb and Vrbo were in existence for quite a bit of time before 2019, and seems fairly consistent. I mean, they've been around since at least mid-2000s, I think, when it was really beginning to kick off.
Well, in Montgomery County, I'm not talking about because she's sharing Montgomery County. I think they got to be really, in the books and legalized a few years ago.
Yeah, I don't have the exact date that they were legalized, but it definitely could be a factor and might be worth looking into. Which actually transitions well to some areas for potential future topics of research. The first being hotel to housing conversions, which have increased nationally over the past several years. And so they may be of interest when considering some land use trends that are going on in Montgomery County into the future. We also found that there were 7 unbuilt projects with a hotel component in the development pipeline, which are highlighted in figure 16 in pink. And finally, the study excluded several other different types of hospitality products, which include bed and breakfasts, short-term residential rentals, which are the legal structure for places like Vrbo and Airbnb, as well as campgrounds. So these are areas that we believe may warrant further research into the future.
I'd be can I just make one point here before we move on? I'd be interested in the hotel to housing conversions, as I happen to know of at least, I can think of 2 projects nearby, one being in Rockville along 270 that was it would have been an economy, I don't remember exactly
Those
what
are
the.
Quality Suites.
Quality Suites, that was it. And they make for, I think, better than typical commercial to residential conversions, quite up for, obvious reasons. And so I'd be interested in hearing more about those options, and if there is more within the county or within the region that we wouldn't be aware of, because I think it'd be interesting to, I think it'd be interesting for us to take a look at.
Yeah,
In addition to all the rest of it, but.
I also think, as you said, a lot of it is related to employment, and so I would be interested as the, we approved the Great Seneca plan, before the summer, and I would think that if that area really gets built out with a lot of biotech, and that there may be an opportunity for a hotel, and so we need to make sure in the master plan that we that we allow. Attorney bias. Is it? Yeah, Carrie, in the CR zone. Can we put? Oh, yeah, the Carrie. That's right. That's right. Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right, well, with that, thank you for your time and your attention. And if you have any questions or further comments, I'd be happy to discuss them.
Well, first of all, thank you for your presentation. It was very enjoyable, so thank you, and we did a great job. Yeah, and this is wonderful, as I was just thinking about telling us what are some of the drivers, and as Board Member Hedrick said, maybe if some hotels decide to go out of business, there could be good conversions for residential, like the one on 270, with their lovely bright colors. I remember, yeah. And then, is there more employment, there are more opportunities, and we hope that they get back up to at least their 70% occupancy, and their revenue numbers stay high. Any other questions or comments?
Yeah, I appreciate your presentation, and I'm going to guess where the 4 hotels are that aren't close to Metro. I would guess they're in East County off Route 29 near Cherry Hill Road, and they include the Hilton Garden Inn, Residence Inn, and another one next to Darcars. But
It's a good trivia game.
Excuse me?
It's a good trivia game.
No, I just know the county. And one of the things that I'm interested in is how we can use this report to encourage more hotel development, and in more particular, what efforts should the planning board make, or any other agency in our county make, to encourage more hotel construction and or development, and to encourage destination hotels where people can come experience Montgomery County. I know there's a representative here from Visit Montgomery, and she does an outstanding job in promoting what is available here in the county. And I think drawing people more in the county is a benefit to all the citizens, especially if they spend dollars here. Thanks.
I just wanted to just ask a further question. Recently, I think it was the Hilton in Rockville was sold. It was near the Twin Brook Metro Station that came out a couple of days ago. It was very, very recent. Have we been seeing any more movement on sale? This may be beyond the scope of the research. If movement in sales to the properties or anything like that, or is that well beyond the scope of this?
So unfortunately, my last day was in August, so I wasn't here when the recent sale happened. But I will say that there were some switches of ownership. In Silver Spring, I know that an independent hotel kind of swapped locations.
To one of the major.
Yeah, exactly. So that definitely happens. I just can't speak to what's been happening since August.
I know there's some consolidation within the industry, which makes a ton of sense given the recent last few years. And I was curious if you've noticed that within the thing, or if it's beyond the scope of the research. Otherwise, the only other thing is I really do appreciate this. And I think when we, with the additional research that you mentioned also with campgrounds and things like that, I know that the Parks Department has mentioned expanding camping options within some Little Bennett and some other places. And I think it might be worth thinking about working with them to see, at least with a market study or some sort of needs analysis for not only, local parks, which we focus on, but the ability of our larger scale and regional parks to address sort of like a changing market for RVs or camping or long-term camp, things like that might be sort of coming up within that part of it. And if you're talking about sort of seeing Montgomery County and visiting and being a thing, that's an option that many people do choose for, staying in parks. So a thought to put a marker down for that if we do sort of extend some of this research. But this is really good. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
I just wanted to thank you as well. Everyone who contributed to this. I love these because it always plants like really interesting seeds, like little nuggets that we try to, sometimes unsuccessfully like draw on when we have other conversations. But it's always, these research projects into different markets are always really, really helpful. So thank you for that. Just a quick question on the. If you have an interpretation of sort of this dynamic. So it sounded like, you described kind of how supply and demand in terms of actual rooms sold are still kind of below COVID levels, but it sounded like different revenue measures are at record highs. Is there some interpretation of kind of why that's happening? Is that some hotel, are some difference in consumers coming in as well? Are there differences in kind of who they're trying to serve? Or is it, inflation related in part, or is it maybe a combination of different things? Because it was kind of striking seeing how like demand and supply are still down, and obviously there's a relationship there, but the RevPAR, for example, in particular, is really like shooting through the roof. So I'm just curious about that.
I don't have a good kind of specific explanation for why they've gotten so high, but I will say that some of the industry leaders that we spoke to described that those who are traveling are very eager to. And it's like, I think he worded it as revenge travel following COVID-19. So I think perhaps that is helping people in the industry raise prices. But beyond that, I wouldn't be able to give it a specific example of why.
Gotcha. Thanks. And yeah, thanks again to the team.
Yeah, thank you so much. If no other comments or questions, we will take a 2-minute break and start again with our last item of the day, item number 9, 12701 Piedmont Road, corrective map amendment number H151, where staff is recommending correction of the administrative or technical error in the sectional map amendment related to 12701 Piedmont Road, 4.0 acres. And they're recommending approval and request to file a corrective map amendment with the District Council. Thank you. Good afternoon. We're on item number 9, 12701 Piedmont Road, Corrective Map Amendment H151, where staff is recommending approval and request to file for a corrective map amendment with the District Council. Presenting this afternoon is Katie Macarini with the Planning Department. Welcome.
Just as you said, for the record, Katie Mencarini with Up County Division, presenting CMA H151, also known as 12701 Piedmont Road. Staff recommends approval to file the corrective map amendment with the District Council. All right, let's get started. So I want to first start off with an overview on what corrective map amendments are. So in accordance with Section 59722 of the zoning ordinance, a corrective map amendment, or CMA, allows for the correction of an administrative or technical error that occurs in a sectional map or district amendment. Mapping errors occur for many reasons, but usually they involve discrepancies arising from misinterpretation of parcel lines during the application of rezonings through map amendments. With corrective map amendments, the planning board is the applicant, and the county council makes the final determination about the zoning correction. And this process is similar to the sectional map amendment for a master plan, which makes zoning changes to existing properties. After you guys make your decision, the council will hold a public hearing for input and will either approve, deny, or remand the application to the planning board for further consideration. All right, brings us to the subject at hand. So what I'm hoping to do today here is to identify the technical error, how it was made, and make a recommendation for a correction. Let's get oriented to the place that we're talking about. The site is outlined in a red dashed line, and it's located at the northeast corner of the Snowden Farm Parkway and Stringtown Road intersection in Clarksburg. The site is accessed from the south on Piedmont Road, which terminates in a cul-de-sac, and that's where it's addressed from. To the west is the developed area of Clarksburg, and to the east is the Fountain View subdivision. To the north is the rural development pattern that the Agriculture Reserve is known for. To the south of Snowden Parkway and Piedmont Road are areas zoned R200, and the subject property consists of 4.9 acres and includes 2 existing single-family homes. Now, as early as the 1970s, the property was oddly split-zoned. The northern portion of the property was zoned Rural Density Transfer, the predecessor to the Agriculture Reserve Zone, and the southern portion was zoned R200. Based on our research, it was clearly a mistake as the split zoning occurs across several record lots and even splits across some of the residential structures that are there today. So luckily, 1980, we opened up the Damascus Master Plan. Now, its main goal was to relook at the Agriculture Reserve and decide, what do we want to keep, what do we want to expand, exclude, or what do we want to keep the same? We also wanted to clean up some of that weird zoning. Okay, so first I want to show you a couple of maps because this is going to help explain how the mistake was made. So first I'm going to start off here with the agriculture and open space map. So you can see here I've blown it up and I've kind of modified it a little bit to highlight where the site is. So the site is that shaded triangle. Now if you look over to the right, the legend shows that our working farms are in that cross hatching, and that's above the Stringtown Road. And then we have existing residences, which is white with some odd black dots. Okay, so here we clearly are showing this is not in the ag reserve, this is an existing residence. Okay, let's move on to the next map. Here we go. Now we have the proposed agriculture reserve area. What do we want to do with the ag reserve? And as you can see, we did want to expand the boundary somewhat, right? So that straight lines, that's the agriculture reserve boundary. Our site is south of that. And so Stringtown Road was supposed to be the boundary. And then Piedmont Road is the master plan boundary, okay? Now let's keep going. Now we get to the zoning and highway plan. This is where things get weird. So the agriculture reserve and the single-family detached zone on the legend look like they're supposed to be kind of distinct, but when you actually blow up this very large map, I mean, I cannot emphasize how large this map is trying to cover, you can see that it's kind of unclear, right? So we've got white and black dots all over here, and the site is white with no dots, but the agriculture reserve is white with some dots, and then below it is the R200, which has white with also some dots, but not a lot of dots. It's kind of like, what are we doing here? So this is where we start to get confused. So this further became a confusion because in 1988, we also updated the agriculture reserve and open space plan. And you can see here, this is where the mistake is perfectly highlighted. On both maps, we're using the same symbology, thank goodness. It is that green dots. And when you see here on the land use plan, I've highlighted where the site is, there are no dots. In fact, dots like come towards the site and they get cut off because they're not supposed to be there. And then when you go to the zoning and highway plan, we do have dots. So what's it supposed to be? It does not make sense. Okay. So basically what we're trying to say here is that although the current zoning is AR, which is 1 unit per 25 acres, that's a mistake. And it should actually go back to what it was intended to be, which is R200. So I think we've covered what was the mistake, how was it made, and what is the recommendation. A couple of things I just want to cover because of this application is first, we have the public outreach summary. So I want to emphasize that in accordance with section 59751, notice of this public hearing was mailed on September 27th, and the staff report was posted on Monday, September 30th. We did receive some comments after the staff report was posted, and I think it's important to go over those now very briefly. What I have here on the map is the site and the subject master plans that they are subject to. The blue stars represent residents who have contacted staff in some way. So the first one, we have someone located kind of near Snowden Farm Parkway, and they just wanted to know, we're not included, right? No, you're not included. Good to go. Then we had another resident that asked, hey, could the CMA include my property? They're located west of the property, or sorry, east of the property. And we explained to them that no, this CMA is subject just to 12701 Piedmont Road. We did look at possibly including the subdivision east of here, but that is subject to the Clarksburg Master Plan, which was last updated in 1994. Staff's assessment at this time is that because that had a second master plan look at it and reconfirm the zoning, we don't have the strong evidence that this is a mistake. We don't believe it is a mistake at this time. So we did not include anything else beyond this triangular shaped property. We had 2 other residents contact us asking for an extension for review on this, one asking for 6 months, the other did not give a specified amount of time. Okay. There are also 2 corrections, because we always have something. The first is that the property consists of 4.9 acres. That's what I said in this presentation. The staff report incorrectly noted it as 4.49 acres. And I want to clarify that the entire property, the entire triangle pertains to parcels 541 and 594. There was also a graphic error on page 4 that said that Stringtown Road was the PA11 Damascus boundary. It's actually the agriculture reserve boundary. That was also corrected in the earlier slides. And for transparency, when we transmit this to council, with your blessing, we will include a red line version of the staff report that will also be posted on our website so that everyone can see it. Okay. So with that, to wrap up, staff's recommendation is to file the corrective map amendment with the district council and recommend approval of changing the zone back to R200 on 12701 Piedmont Road.
Thank you, Ms. McCarini. We have one citizen that wants to provide comment or testimony. It's Chris Garozzi. Mr. Garozzi, are you there?
Yeah, good evening.
Yeah, you have 3 minutes, sir. Please move forward.
Sure. So I'm the resident who contacted about potentially fixing the mistake in the Fountain View neighborhood. I own a property that abuts this property, and interestingly, when I spoke to the county about the zoning for this property, maybe 4 or 5 years ago, they said sort of what Katie said. It was a mistake that was made, and our whole neighborhood in Fountain View was painted as AR. He told us it's not a big deal for you who have houses already. You have your plats, so it doesn't really matter. But for those of us who have empty lots, lots that aren't built on yet, it may be an issue, because the lot that I own, which is just short of an acre, is zoned as AR. And if you look back at the map that Ms. Mencarini showed, where it was the green dots, where she said, thank goodness that they finally used the same symbolism, you can see that mistake is made in our neighborhood as well. So irrespective of whether it was the Damascus Master Plan or the Clarksburg Master Plan, that mistake was made in our neighborhood at the same time. And so the request that I had made was to consider whether we could make this change across the board for the neighborhood as well. And again, I spoke to Katie on the phone. She was extremely helpful and gave me, I think, 3 options to go forward with the idea that the planning committee will likely not recommend to make this change within the neighborhood. But I request consideration of that, and that's it.
Thank you so much. We always appreciate public testimony. So any board members, comments?
So focusing on the same area just east of the property, which sounds like it was in the Clarksburg 1994. It was most recently opened up and covered by the 1994 Clarksburg plan. All of those lots, as we just heard, those are well below a typical AR kind of size acreage threshold. Do we know the reasoning behind confirming AR for that subdivision at the time? I assume that the subdivision was built also during a period of AR zoning. No, it was so it became AR zoning after the subdivision was built. Got it, okay. So that was the order of events, became AR. Do we know why it
Yeah,
became
the
AR?
subdivision preceded everything that we're describing. So even the Arrows plan, and then the Damascus plan, and then the 94 Clarksburg plan that you're referencing now. Again, the reason we don't believe, well, at this point, we don't have enough evidence to make the justification that this was done in error because of that subsequent action. There was a subsequent master plan that acknowledged the RDT zoning at the time and then reconfirmed it as part of that 94 plan. So there was an opportunity there to identify and then make a course correction if it was deemed necessary.
Right.
At this point, again, the information we have in front of us, that was not done. And so.
So this is probably not necessary for our purposes here. I am curious if somewhere in the records we could find like minutes from meetings back then that could speak to at least the discussion, what was discussed at the time. I don't know if it'll, to your point, kind of via what we heard from the resident, I don't know if that's going to really affect our decision today, but it is curious and seems unusual, but maybe there's other reasons that we're not aware of.
Yeah, I would be interested in when you say it's a mistake and then you are pointing out it's a mistake because there is some incongruency rather than showing a history of acts or discussion, conversation, vote, plan, because, in my experience, from time to time, that parcel could have been connected to a piece of agricultural land and it wasn't sold off, or there was a purpose for that parcel being there and it doesn't look congruent with the rest of the land, the way it's divided. But without, I wouldn't call it a legislative history, but it's akin to a legislative history, is like, how could this piece have been demarcated as AR and it looks incongruent? And so just looking at the map and saying, well, it's incongruent, it doesn't fit, and it's out of place and it doesn't fit. Was there some reasoning, or do you have clear evidence that it was a flat-out mistake? And I'm not persuaded that there's clear evidence that there's a flat-out mistake as opposed to it looks incongruent.
I'm sorry, is there a question or was that a statement? Okay, yeah.
No, that's fine.
I couldn't tell.
And I hear your frustration, and for what it's worth, I mean, I think that this is important to point out that our current practice makes this unlikely to happen, because one of the things that we do now whenever we have a master plan and we say, okay, we want to change some zones, right? We have a list of all of the lots saying what is the current zoning and then what is this, what is this master plan going to change? And it lists them all, what the new zone is going to be. And that not only tells you what is supposed to change, but it also tells what's supposed to stay the same. Because if you're not on that list, you're not supposed to change. So it is a bit frustrating when we're trying to make these calls to see like, what is the zone of this property? We don't have that to go on. And so instead we have sort of some confusing graphics that have clearly been interpreted in an inconsistent basis.
Yeah, one more thing, really quick. I'll also say the time period. This was a particularly large area. We didn't have the digital capabilities at the time. It is not uncommon around these edges that things like this have happened along the way, that there was some clear intent, clear boundary, and that there were some mistakes that were made in the actual remapping or the subsequent sectional map amendment that took place. So it does happen from time to time. I would say it's not inconsistent with some other cases that I've seen in many years here.
So are the survey lines in the map here, are they perfectly symmetrical, or is there an anomaly to the line of the piece of property? Is it like a, perfect triangle, or is there like some kind of anomaly in how it was laid out and designed? Because if it's a perfect triangle and it was surveyed that way, right? I think it was done with an intent, right? Rather than it being just some piece or parcel that was left out and wasn't incorporated into the other zone. And then finally, what would happen if this is rezoned from AR? What is the purpose and what is the reasoning behind taking it out of the AR? And then when you take it out of the AR, what would happen then?
Sure. So I think it's important to point out a couple of things here, and I'm sure Mr. Butler's going to join me. I appreciate it. So the first thing is that AR is 1 for 25 acres, right? This doesn't meet that, and it was developed legally. And so I think it's important to look at that to say, like, that's also why I think a mistake was made here. We don't try to make nonconformities. That's not something that we intend to do with master plans. So I think that's part of it. And then, I don't know, Patrick, Mr. Butler, did you have something you wanted to add to it? I think that was like the big thing for me.
Yeah, well, I just wanted to say that it's just point of clarification. This is not a rezoning, so there was zones that were applied per that master plan, and then the sectional map amendment was supposed to reflect the zoning recommendation and the action that was taken at the time, and this incorrectly did not apply that R200 zoning. So again, what we're saying is there was, in our opinion, based on the evidence and the report, everything we supplied to you, there was a mistake made that this should have been mapped R200, and it was incorrectly mapped as RDT, now AR. So this would not be a rezoning. It's a technical clarification. I'm just trying to make that point.
Yeah, and I mean, you established that at one point, the original, it was Stringtown, and I think it was a different name at some point, was meant to be the boundary of the AR for that zone. That was established at some point, which would put this then south of that. Just to go back to the 1994 Clarksburg and was the subdivision Fairview?
Fountain View.
Fountain View. That I'm very sympathetic to the argument that that is not supposed to or should not be AR because it is established as it is there non-conforming at this point. And I think that there's something to be said for folks that are sitting on empty lots that would be developable under an R200 zone and put housing that can't do that at that point. And I would just like a little bit of clarification on what would be their remedy that is outside of this, which is a technical map amendment and not. I agreed, and I'm very sympathetic with the person that's on the line there. This is not the point at which to do that, but do they have a remedy or a question that they could, and if we can get some more detail on that?
Yeah, so I would say that, and again, per Commissioner Bartley's earlier comments, we had the same questions as we were looking at this application when this property came in. It stuck out to us that, hey, and the property to the east also is south of this road, and so let's look into that. Again, we found the subsequent actions, and whether we agreed with the logic or the assumptions of the logic at the time, it appeared to acknowledge that this was RDT, and then they reconfirmed RDT. We can do a deeper dive to see, like we've done on this property within the Clarksburg plan, to see if we believe any mistake was made. But again, at this point, the research we've done.
Yeah, I can see how, like, it was RDT and it was reconfirmed, and it's probably not anyone's top priority when looking at this. Clarksburg was, I get the sneaking suspicion that an existing subdivision over here from where Clarksburg actually was not maybe an overall concern. And so I can see how that confirming would have gone, that would have gone through the process. But if there was a process, what would be the process to bring this up now outside of the Clarksburg master plan being pulled back into our thing?
Yeah, I believe that we could work with the gentleman here to perhaps pursue that separate and apart from this, and do a deeper dive, work with council staff to get some of the old records and see if there was anything in there that indicated at all that this was in any way that subdivision was supposed to be something other than RDT.
Yeah.
Can I say, yeah, so like you, it appears that maybe there is, given that old plan they had, there was a split zoning too. And it may also have been a mistake. I would recommend that we move forward with approving what we have on the table today as that. I agree with staff's analysis. Based on their detailed analysis, it appears it was a mistake. So I'm very moving forward with what they have today. And then I also would recommend maybe in a letter that we send to council or talk to them separately that we look into the other side of that, whatever, at some appropriate time to address concerns that maybe their properties could also have been R200. Yeah.
And I support that also, because I was going to ask the same question, that how come it looks like that a lot of the requirements is true for the other property also.
Yeah.
So it makes sense that we look.
But maybe at the appropriate time. I mean, like, I know you've got a lot on your plate and stuff like that, but it'd be something as a, please.
Yeah, I just want to set expectations fairly here that I think, given that there was the 1994 plan that reconfirmed the zoning that was mapped, it would be really difficult to say that if something was wrong from 1982.
Should have been fixed in 1994.
But in 1994, this is a decision the council made very clearly. They make decisions to set the zoning after a plan. So, probably the only true remedy would be a plan update where there would be a recommendation to change the zoning.
And no remedy for outside of the full master plan update, because I mean, we do have an established situation here in which we have an entire subdivision that is I assume, at least I'm looking at it, and it's very small. Several dozen, if not close to 100 or so houses that are out of conformity with existing zoning.
And this property owner seems like they couldn't do anything with their property. Not
Yeah,
a
because
thing,
I think
right?
at the time that lot was considered an outlot, it has some easements on it. It has, it's
see.
used for stormwater management. So if he mentioned at the beginning, I think it's fair to reiterate, if something happens to his house, he can rebuild. It just means that he has this other lot that in some ways might be buildable, but because it's in an AR zone, it's absolutely not buildable. And then to answer one other question that may not have been asked directly, we don't necessarily have to open up the entire 1994 Clarksburg master plan. We do have a method by which we can do a minor master plan amendment, and if that seems to be the right course, that's a little bit less intense, but.
Yep, and maybe, I'm just saying, we're not trying to make but put it on the parking lot, right? And if something else comes up that, related to that this would be something that we could look at. But I would recommend we just move forward with what we have today.
So are there houses currently, is there a neighborhood currently in that AR zone and the neighborhood was constructed?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so do I have a motion to approve staff's recommendation to file for a corrective map amendment with the District Council for property 12701 Piedmont Road for a corrective map amendment H151?
Now I'll move to approve and request to file the CMA.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, the ayes have it, 5-0. So this ends our planning board meeting for today. Thank you for everyone that made it possible.